Good morning, everybody. Hi, Az. How you doing? There we go. Ooh, my webcam is sideways. Hold on a second. Ah, whoa. Un momento, guys. Technical difficulties. Arrgh. Okay. Hi, Amy. How you doing, sweetie? Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Go. Okay, that's better. I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Caught up with work? Oof. Well, good luck. Please make sure you take a break every so often and take care of yourself, all right? But it's been good. It's been busy, crazy busy. I took almost 2 weeks off of streaming in order to handle some scheduling issues at work. But we are back. After tomorrow, we'll be back to our regular streaming program. Tomorrow, I have to go to the hospital. So send me all the good vibes as best as you can, and hope that what I'm facing is not, in fact, cancer again. Let me fix my mic. Been a hot minute. Go. Pull and push at the same time. Much better. Now you guys can hear me better. Yeah, hopefully it's all good too, but we're gonna find out. Hopefully they'll give me all the answers I need to tomorrow and not the runaround they usually do. The hospital situation's gotten worse over here. We still have the doctor shortage. The doctors, it's been over a year now since they've been on strike, and a lot of the senior doctors have not come back. So we are a bit short of what we need. But let me give you guys some updates before we hop over into the podcast. Um, Good Lord, so much has happened. I don't even know where to begin. Um, so let's start off with the criminal trial right now against our current but not acting president, since he's still up for impeachment proceedings. He's currently facing the trial court as of on the 20th. And our current acting president is not doing too much right now. Also, our second acting president that we had before this current one is also going on trial too for like obstruction, basically, because he had refused to do any type of actual work. So yeah, we literally had to fire the acting president. Because like the VP basically, because Korea doesn't have like a VP thing here. So they have like the prime minister and everybody else kind of down the line. So we're on our third person now. Um, it creek right here right now, and protests got heavy starting yesterday, and it's been a bit uncomfortable, and it's starting to escalate the violence. So when I go out to go to work, I just go straight to work and straight back home. I don't deviate from my path because I don't want to come face to face with the pro president protesters. Because they believe he did nothing wrong with the martial law that he instigated back in December last year. They think he did it because he was protecting Korea from communism and from basically pro communist peoples, if you will. So basically, it's almost like a spitting, not really spitting image, but like a copy and paste of what's going on in the States right now with how everybody is going batshit crazy. So it's gotten insane. And hi, monster. So yeah. Um, in other news, I have kind of sort of upgraded our Discord server a little bit. You guys will see a lot of changes that have happened in the past week or so. Um, Added new topics, removed a couple of things to save space and to make it, look nicer and more pleasing to the eye, more organized. I will be working on the colors and kind of changing some of the colors up and allowing more roles to kind of have different labels. So I'll be working on that too. I've got to revamp the role bot. Basically, I have to start from scratch, and that's going to take a whole day. Wow, Nightbot, you had one job. You can't spank the. There's no the to spank. Wow. Jay, I think you missed his ass.
I must have got the tip.
You must have. Because it's just the word the.
It wasn't quite enough to class it as monster.
I guess so. But yeah, let's see what other updates do I have for y'all? Oh yes. So the game that we're going to be playing for next week is going to be The Witcher 3. I tried working on getting Red Dead Redemption 2 to work, but my GPU says no. She was struggling even without having OBS open. I was like, okay, we'll wait to do Red Dead once I get my graphics card update. Speaking of the graphics card update, I have 2 announcements to make. First announcement is uncomfortable as I'm saying this. I have been debating over the past few days on canceling my contract with Amazon. If you guys have not heard along the grapevine, Amazon has changed their terms of services and conditions for when you purchase ebooks. Remember how you can go to your Amazon account and you can go to the Dropbox on the right hand side and it says you can download and via transfer USB? They're removing that on the 26th of this month. So basically what that means is that for people who have like Kobos or different e-readers and things like that, you can't transfer your ebooks over to something that is not Amazon specific. And what makes it worse is that Amazon has the right to remove the content at will. Which means, let's say you pay $15 for a book that you were reading, and for some reason the author decides to remove the book off the ebook library. They can easily remove that ebook and you no longer have access to it, but they will not refund you the money for having that book removed. Do you see where I'm getting with this? It's a slippery slope. It's a very big, bad, slippery slope. So basically, Amazon is basically telling you, hey, you have to read your book on either the Kindle or Fire. You can't read the books. Basically, think of this analogy. Let's say you buy a physical copy of a book. And the author tells you, oh, you can only read that book in your bedroom. You can't read it in the living room. You cannot read it on the bus. You can't read it on the train. It's a very similar concept. So basically, it's restricting you from being able to read the book where you please. So, because of that, I'm finding myself wanting to pick up a lawyer to see if Amazon has broken the terms and conditions of my contract as the author. So, I'm going to see if I have any sort of grounds to sue Amazon for potentially breaking my contract as a specific published author through Amazon. So that's a very uncomfortable announcement I've had to make as a first time published author, only for 2 years with Amazon. Which means my audiobooks for Audible are also potentially put on hold as well, because Audible is a sister company of Amazon. So we have that little snag. Now, the big snag of the year that I have faced myself with is potentially canceling my Nuna World Tour this year. There's multiple factors and multiple reasons why I have come to this debacle of a situation. Number one, the political atmosphere in America right now is, what's a word that's a step beyond uncomfortable? Unreasonable? Unfathomable? It's not safe, I think is the word I'm looking for. Second of all the airplane crashes that have been happening and been reported lately. I know it's because now we have like more constant access to the internet that more information is getting out, but because of the current political atmosphere right now in America and in Korea, there's been a lot more reported flight problems, especially since the whole situation with the Boeing whistleblower being assassinated not too long ago. So a part of me, since I already have like a string of bad luck anyways, I don't feel like I should challenge those numbers. I think I have a better chance of winning the lottery than actually surviving the shit that's been going on right now. So, with a heavy heart, I have been debating on delaying my Nuna World Tour until further notice. I haven't completely thought of canceling it yet, but I'm going to play it by ear and see if there's some other way that I can get to the States without completely risking it like a moron. I might maybe pick up a cruise ship or some other form of transportation on the way. Yeah. And right now, because of the whole political hemisphere being completely wrecked right now, and, you know, all the top employees for aviation safety are being fired, and all of the heavy credential people, professionals that are being fired en masse basically, it's proving that the how do I even say this? That the lifespan and the ability to be able to survive these situations is kind of tilting now. So it could be me being paranoid, but I would rather be safe than sorry and not risk being on a Delta flight and having an emergency landing and then crashing into the end of a roadway and into a wall. So with that said, I am going to find contingency plans on top of contingency plans to figure out what would be the best way for me to be able to travel this year. But yeah, that was the big announcement that I have that I'm concerned about, is because of how crazy everything has been lately, I don't really feel that I should risk my life, especially for a lot of factors that are out of my hands that I can't control. So there's that. But yeah, it sucks, but I'll keep you guys up to date on any other changes. First, I gotta deal with tomorrow and deal with that crisis first. Then I'll be able to sit down, figure things out as I need to, But first, I got to worry about potential cancer coming back. And I got to worry about if, in fact, I do need surgery, I need to, clock in recovery time, time off of work. And I also got to make that big talk with my boss about taking time off, which is not something he's going to want to hear. So that is already an uncomfortable situation to be in with at the beginning. But yeah, enough of that. That is all the updates I got for you guys. But yeah. So herein lies our podcast for the day. We got Death coming in a little bit as soon as he settles in from work and finishes dinner. But I got Jay, our favorite Sussy Sausage Man, up in here with me. And today's topic is answering those burning questions you're curious about. Now, I left this umbrella of a topic generic because it can cover a range of many different things. For me, I'm specifically going to specify things about men that I don't understand or find confusing and would like clarity. Now, granted, some of these topics are going to be very uncomfortable for some people, but I'm going to throw in a big disclaimer here. Okay. The intent and purpose of this podcast today is for humor and education. No way in shape or form are we condoning or hating on each other or, any kind of hate speech or bullying whatsoever. We're not condoning any of that kind of behavior here. This is just for pure slaking our curiosities about each other. And it's usually questions or statements that we can't really find on the internet. Well, we can find most of them, but the thing is, I don't really trust them because they're not coming from reputable sources. And I would more prefer these questions being answered with either experience or stories about what your friends went through or what you know of in a situation rather than just people anonymously stating facts and whatnot. So again, disclaimer, this is for educative and humorous purposes and there's no ill will towards any and all genders. But there's going to be people, especially in this society, that are going to be butthurt by things. And I need my moderators to keep an eye out on these kinds of people. It is a part of life. There's going to be things in this world that you're not going to like. You just have to deal with them. Just because it doesn't align with your beliefs does not mean that you have to cancel everything about it. Okay? So that is my one and only time. I will be reiterating that one more time sometime in the podcast. And let's get to the rules before we get into this. All right? So, hi Pika, how you doing, girl? Ugh, sorry, my cough. Yep, exactly. No judgments here. We look, but we don't judge. All right. So again, some of the questions, comments, conversations are going to be a bit uncomfortable for some people. So if you are not 18 years or older, I suggest you turn around and leave this channel. Jirara, get your booty in here. Okay? So some topics are going to be very uncomfortable for some people. You might be too shy or nervous or grossed out to talk about the topics. It's okay. All right? So some of the topics of conversation are going to be potentially uncomfortable. Please be respectful of each other. And no hate or trolling, please. Okay? All right. About the questions. Number 1, if you are comfortable enough to ask the questions in the stream chat, feel free to type them up in the stream chat. All right? Stares in respect. My button's undone. I see where you're staring at, Amy. All right, number 2. If you are unsure if the question is appropriate or might be breaking TOS, feel free to message me or the moderators in the DMs, and we will twist the question to make it where it would be TOS applicable. Okay? But number 3, if you are shy or nervous or want to be anonymous, feel free to message the question in the DMs, and I'll answer the question without mentioning your name. Okay? Again, final disclaimer. This podcast is intended to educate in a humorous and healthy way. There are no ill will or intentions. The stream and community are safe places for people to relax and have fun. Okay? All right. And with that said, Jay, go ahead and introduce yourself, sweetie.
Me? Hello.
Yes.
I am Jay. I don't know what to say about myself. I'm shy and I have a very big mouth. And I also have lots of fascinating facts about biology.
Yes. Jay here is my lollipop pleaser. If you know the story, you know the story. I cannot explain it here. But yes. Oh, goodness. Gerare, get your booty in here. Get into the Nuna crew. See, Pika knows. Pika knows. If you know, you know. But please do help support Jay by clicking onto that YouTube channel link and go ahead and subscribe to his channel. Give him some love and support. All right?
We do love the lollipops, though.
Yes, you're not wrong. I haven't had a big lollipop like that since I went to Disneyland, back in 2011 was the last time I went. I went during the fall for my university graduation road trip that I was on.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Oh, it was fun. My uncle worked security there. So I basically babysat my 2 cousins who went with me, and we had a whole lot of fun at Disneyland. And they still had like the Halloween decorations set up at that time. So we had like all the Halloween themed costumes and the decorations and everything at all the rides still there. So it was nice to see. Alrighty. So again, the rules. Anybody in chat, feel free to ask a question if you want your questions answered. If you don't feel comfortable or think that it might not be TOS, feel free to DM me in the Discord, and I will rephrase the words and I will answer the questions, or have Jay or Gerari or Death answer the questions to the best of their ability. Okay. Got a couple more minutes before we actually start, but Jay and I have some very interesting factoids and questions that we would like to pose to people to see if we can kind of scrounge up some answers as to why some of us do the things we do. There's the Jawaway.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good, good, good. So basically, my questions will be geared more towards the men, because I am deadly curious how you guys handle your stick and balls. I'll be using turns of phrases because, you know, TOS and everything, there's certain words that you really shouldn't say on YouTube. So I will be using very colorful words to get my questions out. But they're very interesting questions and statements. All right, Gerari, go ahead and introduce yourself, sweetie.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is Gerari. What is it that I need to do, Nuna? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay, honey. Basically, we're basically going to be answering questions or asking questions and kind of putting out statements that that we're confused about what people do.
Okay.
If that makes any sense. I'm keeping it
Yeah.
generalized because I want the umbrella to stay big so we can talk about many different topics.
Sure. Okay. So I'm Jirari. My pronouns are they, them, but I also, of course, use he, him, his. Orientation is pansexual. And yeah.
Yes, the bishop, the flesh tower. You guys remember that? Oh boy, that stream was
Entertaining.
something else. Let's just say. I oh, Amy, honey. Do you remember the fan fiction generator that I had set up before, where you kind of was kind of like ad lib? You put in like people's names and stuff, and it randomly generates a fan fiction. Yeah, yeah. Somebody referred to their as a bishop, a chess piece basically, and a flesh tower. They were handling their flesh tower while fishing.
Didn't that have like a little slider that could make this super tame or super kinky?
Yes, it does.
Yes, I remember that. I remember you doing that.
The super kinky part was at 100%. I topped that baby off. I was like, nope. We ain't gonna have like a little itty bitty vanilla stuff here. We go 100%.
No, we all know you don't settle for vanilla.
But oh my gosh, if you guys have not seen that stream yet, please go back a couple of it was during our Valentine's Day stream, so it'd be the last stream before this one. Please go check it out. It is freaking crazy what we did in that stream. Okay.
It did not disappoint.
It definitely did
No.
not disappoint.
Nope.
Every time we use the fan fiction maker, something always pops up. You need to join in more often. Your PC is running real slow. Need to get an external hard drive soon? Yeah. You know you're always more than welcome anytime, Amy. You know it. All right. And without further ado, again, rules. If you have a question or a statement, feel free to type it in the chat. If you're unsure or shy and want to remain anonymous, type it to me in the DMs or to the moderators or to Jay or Jirari or to Death in the Discord. And just feel free to spit out any facts that you might know or any answers that you might have to any of these questions or statements. And just have fun with this, guys, okay? This is, again, for fun and for educational purposes. This is not demeaning or hate on anybody, okay? So remember that, please, and continue watching this with a light, soft heart and an open mind, all right? Okay? Without further ado, I will pop the very first question. All right, men. Why do you guys take a long time to poo? Cricket, cricket, cricket.
I mean,
See, I already know the answer to this question. It's because our biology is different. Women take a lot more nutrients from the food that they eat, so their digestion is a bit, how do I say this? It's a bit easier for the digestive tract to kind of push everything out. But for men, y'all spend like 20 to 40 minutes on the toilet. And I'm wondering, is your intestines okay?
I mean, to be fair, I might be a bit biased here because I do have IBS. So, of course, I'm going to spend a lot longer.
Well-
Probably both of you.
Well, with the exception of IBS and any inflammatory diseases or infections or whatnot. Other than that, for the normal male poopers out there, why do y'all take so long on the toilet? I'm in and out in like 5 minutes. My body's like, done, over, wipe, flush, wash hands. I'm done in 5 minutes or less. But sometimes I'm like sitting there waiting to use the toilet, and husband is in there for like 35 minutes. And I'm like, everything okay in there? Like, seriously, I'm deadly curious. Why is it just because you guys are on your phone longer? Are you contemplating your existence? Are you having existential crisis in the bathroom? I mean, why do y'all take so long?
I feel like all of the above is true.
Because I'm like,
mean,
I'm
I
trying
am-
to spend the least amount of time in the toilet as possible. Because I don't find it fun or entertaining. I find it a chore. Could they be constipated? So you think men are naturally constipated? Is that what it is? I don't know. I know there's a science behind this. I know there is.
Well, by that logic, that wouldn't be the case. If it was by that logic, that would be more so women taking longer, just because I believe it takes a lot longer for food to travel in women than in men. So if there's any issues, if anyone would be having more issues with constipation, it would probably be women than men.
True. But we also have things like period poo too, which is a concept that
Maybe it's because maybe because it's just so close to the prostate, when you apply pressure, it just feels good.
maybe again.
They just want it to last longer.
I guess so. I don't know. But I know there's some type of science behind it. I just can't find any information on it. So I thought that
I don't know.
I mean,
Well, how about this? Why does it take women? Why does it take you women a lot shorter? Why do you women take shorter about time to poop?
that's a very good question too. I honestly don't know. I thought it was normal to just spend 5 minutes on the toilet and be done and move on. And I never knew until I sat down and realized. I was like, wait a minute. If I only take like 5 minutes or less, why do men take like double the time?
I mean, depending on how my IBS is playing at the time, I can be in and out within like 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Poor Nuda. She got the two guys with bowel issues to answer this question. There you go, Nuda.
Normal sitting is 5 to
Maybe
10
we
minutes.
all just have issues.
Maybe. I don't know. But I thought that would be a very interesting first question to pop out first to see, if there's any type of answer that people might have. Any like
fair.
insight or anything.
I used to read like Kindle books on my phone if I went to the toilet, like when I know I'm going to take a while because it's not a good day. I'll just
Yeah.
sit and read and then I'll get distracted.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could do the same when I'm on the phone. So maybe men just get distracted a lot more than women.
Maybe. That is a good point.
We just forget we're there. I've actually done that before. I've been so engrossed in like the video I'm watching, and then I'll look up and I'm like, oh, I'm on the toilet still.
Amy, that's a fight that we're gonna have for an eternity. As
It
long as
really is.
as long as I've lived with my husband, and as constant reminders of him to please put down the toilet seat, especially after flushing or before flushing, it never settles into the brain. Never.
Well, not to mention me and Jay live with like we both have significant others that are of the same sex, so we don't have to worry about putting the seat down. Where's Death? We need a straight man into this. We need some diversity here.
He's coming. He's got to get off of
Okay,
work, and he'll be here.
I'm like, bring the straight man in here to help us.
Oh goodness! But that is a fight, Amy, that we will never ever settle.
I think it's just laziness.
It's pure contempt and laziness. I actually have a follow-up question to that for later. That will connect to the whole toilet situation with men in general. But yeah, that's my first question. Why does it take a man a long time to poo? Again, even if you guys are not in the live chat and you do see this VOD, please feel free to post other questions or comments, or if you know any answers to any of these questions that any of us pose, feel free to type it in the comments below, and I will go ahead and take a look at it. All right? This isn't just a live thing. This is also post-live features as well. So feel free to like, comment, and subscribe to this too as well, if you want to see more and learn more with us. Okay?
I've got a question.
Sure.
All right. So my question is this. I mean, let's be honest, no matter where we live, because we all live in different parts of the world, let's be honest, when it comes to rights and conformity issues, it's usually women who have it a lot more that have this more that battle this more than men. So I guess my question is for the women or just anybody in general who this could fall under, but how can you stay true to yourself in a world that often demands conformity? Like, I feel that there are a definite, and I say that towards women because I just feel that there's women definitely. I fully believe that women are definitely like with feminist movements. So women are clearly, tired of this and are doing everything they can to take a stand against it. Conforming and whatnot. But sometimes I feel that there's some social pressure under there and they still will fall into some form of conformity. Like, women will try to keep their looks up when they don't believe they should. I feel there's still that pressure added. So I guess how do you stay true with all of this pressure for conformity and whatnot?
That is a very loaded question.
Sorry.
The best I can answer is I'm always true to myself, no matter what kind of oppression comes my way. I'm always going to be a fighter. I will never submit or give up. As you can see, I have authoritarian problems. um, but I'm going to live my life the way I want to. And if some old white man tries to dictate how I should live and how he wants to take the autonomy of my body away, he can physically try to, but he's going to lose. Because I'm not going to go down without a fight. And if I'm going to die, I'm taking him with me. That's all I can say. I don't condone violence here. Not saying that I condone any kind of shape or form of violence. But when it comes down to the bottom line, I am in control of my life. I am who I am for a reason. And if somebody tries to step into my bubble of existence, that's on them. That's going to be a them problem. Because once you try to negate or step into my existence, you're on your own at that point. There's no stopping me from being able to defend myself or to stand up for myself. I don't know how else to answer the question, but they can physically try, they can try all kinds of rules and laws and litigations and whatnot to try to control me, but at the end of the day, they don't have that kind of manpower, nor do they have that kind of time or energy or money to be able to fully control all the autonomy of half the population of the world. They can try. We give them the illusion that they think they can, but they honestly cannot. Because without the other set of the population, this world's on decline. Like, major decline. There's going to be no population assistance. There's going to be no nurturing or caring. There's going to be no children. There's going to be no child rearing or education. The majority of the education system is mostly female. The majority of your teachers are going to be female. Most caretakers, whether that is babysitters, whether that is daycare providers, the majority of them are going to be female. Females in this world are the backbone of this world, no matter what the patriarchal society tells you otherwise. Without one, you cannot have the other. It's the illusion of power that they think they have, but they don't have. So I'm working
totally
under that
agree.
illusion. So again, it's all about what you can or can't control in your current living situation. They can keep trying to litigate whatever they want to over there and try to say, oh, women have no bodily autonomy. We can't have abortions. We can't, get pregnant when we want to. We can't have birth control. We can't have voting rights. We can't have blah, 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 whatever, whatever. But at the end of the day, we know who we are, and we know that without us, you can't function as a society as a whole. Without us, you're not going to have any support structure or any type of structure whatsoever to be able to sustain a source of living. So honestly, control what you can in your life and not let the outside factors destroy what you have created. What, and basically your core you, what you makes you you. There's a lot of hate, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of anger out there, but you cannot let that control who you really are on the inside and what you want to do with your life. Because yeah, it's shit out there. It sucks. We got Handmaid's Tale 2.0 right now happening. But you cannot let that affect you. And if you're as strong as of a person as I am, be a voice for people who don't have a voice. Be that shield, be that sword for people who don't have the ability to be able to carry their own sword or shield. So I'm pretty vocal on that sense, even though in South Korean society being labeled as a feminist is a bad thing over here. But I could care less. I'm going to continue being me. And no matter what any person says, man, woman, child, purple people eater, the orange buffoon, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they say. Because at the end of the day, I am me, you are you, and nothing's going to change, no matter what kind of laws they try to throw out there. That's just it. Let's see, what does Amy say? As someone who has never really owned any kind of makeup, never tried to look my best, and I'm still happy with myself, I think it's fairly easy. I can honestly say I'm happy with myself. That's true. But a lot of people do not love themselves. And that's the hardest step of basically accepting yourself for who you are. Not only that, the comfort that you have of your own body, the comfort of your mental status, and just being comfortable with who and what you are. A lot of people don't have that privilege. And I think it basically like RuPaul says, if you don't love yourself, who the hell is going to love you? You need to love yourself first. Understand that you are who you are and you can't really change that. You can alter it and tweak it a little bit, but at the end of the day, you are you. And there's nothing you can do about that. You just got to accept it and be like, hey, I'm an awesome person. Nobody's going to tell me otherwise. Plus, I don't really have anyone telling me I should change myself, only to be myself. And I think we need that kind of support. We really do. Especially women upon women hate that I've noticed. Woo! And I thought the whole he man woman hating power over here was bad. I see a lot of women tearing a lot of women down. And that's got to stop. We need to support each other. We got to stop doing that shit. But yeah, does that answer your question, Jirari?
Yes, actually, that actually answers it very well.
Sorry, I got deep there for a second. I got real deep there. I might have hit y'all.
No,
cervixes.
it's fine.
I apologize for hitting your cervix. But, yeah, it's basically what it is. That's just a lot of it. The stuff that I spat out was mostly because I also had to kind of do a lot of internalizing because I was getting angry quite often. And that ball of rage in that pit inside me was kind of growing and it was changing me. And I was becoming very bitter about everything. And I was like, whoa, I need to take a step back, breathe a little bit, pull myself back in a little bit, and only focus on things that I can control in my life. I can't get angry at every little stupid thing every stupid person does out there. That's not healthy. So I gotta simmer down. So that spiel that I just said was kind of the what do you call it? Like soul searching kind of thing that I had to do these past few months to kind of recenter and rebalance myself because I was becoming a bitter bitch. And I was like, I need to tone it down a little bit. But yeah, Jay, do you have a question or statement? Don't get shy on us now.
I have a weird fact about the male anatomy.
Ooh, we like this. Please tell us.
We actually like to get kicked in the balls.
I definitely don't. That is far too painful for me.
Let's see.
Um,
Window capture.
but no, when obviously when like you are developing as a child, um, everyone ends up starting off initially as like the female, so you'll end up with like the only like proof of that is like you'll have nipples. Like that is the only reason like I believe men have them is just because they're there when you first start developing.
Yeah.
So obviously some parts of the glands and stuff that most women will have when it comes to breastfeeding will start developing, and the hormones used in male and female are very similar. So if you have the wrong imbalance of that, if you are a father, you're obviously like if you're the father to your child, sometimes your body reacts the wrong way because of these hormones, and your body will naturally start producing very small amounts of milk,
Mm-hmm.
which can eventually come out. But it's not commonly heard of, but it can happen, and it kind of depends on all the hormones and like the father's instincts with the child and the body's reaction to it. And I can find it so fascinating. But at any other given point, it'd be very worrying if that anything started coming out
True.
because they don't serve any other purpose apart from the female like breastfeeding purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that when you're a zygote, when the sperm meets the egg, that we're kind of sort of all in fact female.
Yeah.
And a
It's just
lot of men don't like hearing about that.
yeah.
And I'm like, well, you can't really deny biology. It's how life starts. That's just the fact. You could be, oh, I'm a man all you want, but at the end of the day, life starts at that point.
There is a very thin line genetically between what defines the X chromosome and the Y chromosome as well. Like,
Exactly.
there's not much differentiating any of us.
Exactly. Yeah, it is a fascinating fact. And so far as science progresses even more, we are still learning more about the human body that we never knew 50 years ago. And it's so
I
cool.
think it's great fun.
I mean, back then it was a lot easier to like. It's kind of like we also live in a world where I don't know how common it is in like Korea or like in the United Kingdom, but I know in the States, like if it was like I remember a long time ago when people were born intersex or like people were born with both genitalias, it
Mm-hmm.
used to be seen as something sacred. It meant that person was like gifted or something.
Mm-hmm.
And now and today, usually a doctor will look, and if you were to have both, they would say, "Oh, we're going to get rid of this one, or we're going to hide this one, and we're not going to tell the parents, or we're going to tell the parents, but we're going to inform them we're going to get rid of this because we're going to decide what this person is. You know, if they
Mm-hmm.
want to be a male or female, we're going to take that away from them." I'm not saying that a baby should decide whether they, but it's like something that used to be considered like unique and special is now like, oh, this person looks odd in their whatnot, so we're gonna get rid of this. And I feel that leads to a lot of issues as the person gets older.
Yes,
You
yes, it
know,
does.
especially people who are intersex, it's a lot more harder for people. I feel that just causes way more confusion in the future than it's like, oh, we're gonna quickly get rid of it now, and problem solved. Because one of my friends, she ended up realizing that she had both genitals because she had internal bleeding for years and didn't know.
Mm.
Because when she was a baby, they got rid of the male organ and said, "You are now a girl." There you go. Because you have both.
Oof.
And she did not know.
Damn. Well, speaking of not knowing, my next question comes from a deep burning desire to know what it's like to have a male genitalia. Okay? Now, hold on to your horses because this is a loaded question.
Okay.
Oh no.
Alright. Okay. What happens to your manhood when you're running? Does it flop? Does it hurt? How do you become comfortable when it's flopping everywhere when you're running? How do you
I mean,
how do you deal with that sensation? I think is my
I mean,
question.
I mean, I wear boxer briefs, so they're like stabilized.
Uh-huh.
The only thing I really worry about, because I mean, I'm open about this. Like Nuna knows that I am like a piercing like fanatic. I have everything, and like I have. If it's okay for me to mention it,
Mhm.
Nuna. I mean, I don't know if it's too okay. I have. For those who don't know, I do have a Prince Albert, and I also have a Jacob's ladder. I have 3 ladders, so I am like pierced like crazy down there. And I wear briefs, like boxers because it stabilizes everything. I don't think it just dingles around left and right between, like it's slapping in between my legs like a pendulum or anything.
The reason why I ask this question is because like a lot of sports players, like the ones that wear like the loose shorts and they're jumping around and it's flopping everywhere and whatnot. How the hell is that comfortable?
I mean, maybe they have to let loose because if we're talking about that jumper, I feel that if he was like stabilizing it, I don't know. Maybe he just wanted the meme attention. Maybe he wants to show off. Maybe men just like to show off their big if they got like a big size. Like kind of like how women when they have large breasts, of course they're gonna wear something that basically has the nipples covered, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, look at my big girls." You know, it's maybe the guy. Look at my big guy down there. I don't know. Most of us wear brief like some kind of isolation because it hurts. I mean, I don't personally want my you know what to be clinging between my legs or my balls. That would hurt.
No, I know for professionals, um, I believe they have to try and find either something that kind of snugs them, but is still breathable, so they're not like bouncing around and bruising.
Uh-huh.
Um, because if it gets too warm, they end up risking their fertility,
Mm-hmm.
and it can just destroy their chance of having children. So they might have to let everything kind of flop like a fish out of water for a while,
How is that
unless they can find like a breathable underwear.
I uh it popped up and that question popped up in my head when I was watching an Instagram reel, and there's a comedian lady who's always looking at these very sussy videos about guys and basically their flopping elephant nose, and they and I'm always curious, how do men handle that sensation? Do they just does it do you unconsciously just forget about it, or I
I don't think so.
cuz
If you like,
Mm,
if you see, it's not hard to not notice it.
yeah.
You know, you'd have to be a guy who's like very anti vanity to not notice that.
Yeah, because it's the same ideology with boobs. There's a lot of women on TikTok like jumping around and making their boobs helicopter, and I'm like, ooh, that looks like it hurts. Because remember, the your boobs are nothing but bags of fatty tissue. Okay, and they're kind of towards the bottom half. Okay, and then you have that swinging and pulling at your skin. It feels painful. I don't know how women do that. Because even when I'm doing like basic jogging or running and my boobs bounce, they hurt. They hurt. So I can only
It's be-
imagine what it feels like with bigger boobed women out there and how they handle that kind of pain. Is it chronic? Is it like only when you're jumping or when you're running? This is why I stopped doing jumping jacks a long time ago, cuz these girls will give me a black eye.
They're enjoying it before gravity takes a toll, Nuna.
Yeah. You seen women use their boobs to break bricks? Yeah, I've seen some of them squish soda cans with it. I've seen, and it's just I don't know how that doesn't hurt,
Oh, I
especially
think
since
I've
a
seen
lot.
someone do a watermelon.
Yeah, especially since a lot of our nerve endings. That's why, like when you get like a chest tattoo and whatnot, the majority of the pain is like right there at the cusp, the basically the mound of your boobs. So I don't know how women can like bounce around and have their boobs bounce around with them and not feel any sort of pain.
Maybe they
Well,
just
yeah,
experience
it's
the pain a little differently. Maybe they enjoy
Maybe.
it.
I mean, for men, we don't have like fat in our junk.
Yeah.
It's muscle. It's
It's
muscle
muscle.
and
Yeah.
like the only thing I would say we could possibly fear is jumping around is our balls dangling around and we could get a hernia or they could twist. But
True.
I feel like there's either reasons why. It's kind of like how women don't like how there's women out there that are, against the whole right to censor, so when they're at a beach or something, they'll like wear something that's barely covering their chest. Well, there's men that also think like that, and technically men can go shirtless. They don't have to worry about censoring their chest. So the only thing they really have to censor is their junk. And I mean, it's like why men wear skin tight speedos at the beach where you can see the outline of their junk. They want to either they don't care, they just want to show it off, or
You just hit a PTSD for me. My dad, when I was
sorry.
little growing up, he was
Um,
he was he was proud of his body. He wore speedos for a very long time when we go to the beach. Okay,
mm,
that's a PTSD I'll never get rid of.
sorry to bring back any scarring
Helicopter,
memories.
helicopter is definitely uncomfy. Yeah, don't jump on the trampoline without a sports bra because that shit hurts. Even with the sports bra, and I'm jumping and running around, it still hurts. Gravity is not kind to us girls. Then again, gravity's not
Also,
kind to men either, but still, our center of gravity is a bit different. So,
well,
ugh,
the most
so
common
annoying.
reason then, Nuna, for men at least, is sometimes men just can't hide it. It could like there is like I always say that if you are like I feel bad for men who have it long because it's like it's gonna be hard to hide it. You gotta hurt yourself to hide it. You gotta do a lot of tucking. Heaven forbid, you get a pop, it like pops out in public, and then like what? It's gonna like hit your pants and then it's gonna hurt like hell. Now, again, I'm Pearson. If that ever were to happen, oh my God, I'd get snagged in my jeans
Oof.
and I'd like scream at the top of my lungs.
That's why I would always be so worried to get piercings anywhere near the special cave because I'd be so worried about accidentally getting snagged on stuff because how clumsy I am. I don't want to accidentally rip myself.
So I have a
Mm.
straight couple, like friends. They're my friend. They're like friends of mine, and they're a straight couple, and they're both pierced down there, and they got snagged together.
Oh, I can only
They just said we got snagged, and I'm
imagine.
like, don't need. That's all I need to know. I don't need the details. I can only
Ooh,
imagine what happened.
ooh.
I
Yeah,
feel
one had a
like there was
Prince
an
Albert, the other
episode
had a
on it.
Christina, and he got his Prince
Ah,
Albert snagged. Yeah.
Oh.
damn.
See, the reason I could never get a piercing like that, oddly enough, is because of my stepfather.
Mm.
Because my mum has told me that many different stories, thinking it was entertaining, telling me how he's hurt himself with his piercings. I'm like, I could never do that. That's just not fun. And that is too much
Uh,
information I should know about my stepfather.
Definitely, definitely not. Jesus. Oh goodness. You feel like that would
yeah,
hurt? Yeah.
I think it's a lot. I mean, I like women are I feel are able to not like hide, but able to, not make like there are like if a woman gets like has a naturally big chest or she gets, work to enlarge them, I feel that she can at least try not to make it like a big of a deal for men. Again, sometimes for men it's hard if especially if they're big.
That was hard, all
I think it
right.
would be a lot harder. It would be harder for them to hide it. So, like, especially the athlete who was in the Olympics that made memes because of his enormous junk.
Woo.
Again, I feel first off, he was doing sports. He was doing long jump. That would be way too hard to like try and, you
Well,
know, like isolate. I feel like if he like had a cup or something, that would just make it too hard for him.
well, did you know he had a good ending?
Oh, I don't care if he won or lost. He still
He
won.
he he was offered I think it was like 25,000 for a 60 something minute video.
I'm
Oh,
hoping
wow.
it wasn't for an erectile dysfunction.
But
No,
no,
like I said.
he didn't win the Olympics, but he won. He won in the end. He got 25K out of that plus a 60-minute video that's out there floating somewhere.
Not to imagine, not to like include the potential thousands of fans he got from that.
Uh-huh.
like I said, I will always say that I will never understand why people would always brag about having a big one because it's like I feel that's just way too like if it's too hard to hide, it's gonna be like I don't know.
It's the same way with boobs, guys. It's the same way with boobs. No matter how hard we try to hide it, it's gonna be there. Okay? No matter how much ace bandage we try to put on ourselves to flatten it out, once you're past a B cup, it's impossible to hide. Okay? Take it from somebody who's a cross player, who cross dresses while cosplaying. Take it from me, it is harder to hide that shit than you'd think. Boobs are gonna boobs. They do what boobs do.
I thought that you women just hide them under your armpits. Like that's what drag queens I thought do. They like tape them to the side of their armpits.
Some of the boobs don't stretch that far enough to be able to reach our our armpits.
Damn.
We're well endowed, but not in the sense that we can pull it and tuck it. It don't always work like that. If you're like maybe a triple D or maybe closer to H, maybe you might get away with that. But yeah, it's possible. Again, if chat or anybody has any questions or statements, feel free to type it up. Don't be shy. Let's see. This one, I think this next statement that I have is pretty common sense. Revving your car and motorcycle engines to try to attract chicks is counterintuitive because you're only attracting the attention of the other men. Most women are not going to be able to tell you, unless they're like me, the difference between a V6 and a V8 engine. They're not going to be able to tell what's under your hood. So the ideology behind using cars as chick magnets is counterintuitive, and I'm wondering why people, specifically men, still think that women care about their cars.
I still think that's pretty stupid when men do that.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It's
like,
counterintuitive. Women are not going to be able to understand what kind of transmission you have. They're not going to understand what type of V engine you have. They're not going to understand horsepower numbers. Most of them are not like car enthusiasts like I was. So they're not going to care whether you got a BMW or a Volkswagen or an Audi. They're not going to care. And they're not going to care about the revving of your engine. They don't understand what the revving means. So
yeah.
why do they
Death.
still do it?
Death, you're here. You can answer this question. Why do you straight men have this fetish for revving your motors in front of women?
This is why there's this idea that the guys with like the big pickup trucks and the giant wheels are compensating for something they don't have. This is where that ideology comes from, because women just don't understand the attraction of cars like the way men do. So when you're revving your engine or when you're revving your motorcycle engine, you're only really attracting the ears of other men.
Actually, you're chasing after bunnies.
Yeah, there's this small group of
The
what do you call
extremely
them?
younger women. They're like flies to crap like that.
What's the term?
But
What's the term when groupies? Groupies, yeah, that's the word.
mhm.
But that's like very far and few in between, because most women are not going to care about your car.
No. We're talking about younger women who are incapable of doing certain things. When they see cars and you're revving their engine, you're trying to pick up usually younger women that don't have transportation.
Ah, good point. And pissing off the neighbors too. Yeah, and pissing me off at 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah. I want to get downstairs. I don't care if I'm stark naked. I will get out of bed. I will walk out that front door and I will shout out at the top of my lungs in Korean to tell you to shut the fuck up. I have almost done that once.
I always thought it was more of a show-off thing that they would do to show, like like how people would show off their like how people would buy like for example a Tesla. Let's be honest. Let's be
Ugh.
honest. When people like Teslas are ugly as hell, and I feel the only reason people buy it is a financial status to say, "Hey, I got this." That's what I always thought Revin meant. It was just to show what you have that others may not have.
You mean
You
the
know,
Swatsa
and
car?
yeah, yes. Like I said, it's like the whole thing with the Tesla. Teslas are by far the most ugly cars ever, but people still buy them, you know? And I feel it's
Mm-hmm.
because they're like it's a finance symbol to symbolize that you have money, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Except when you have a hoopty and you're still doing it, it doesn't make any sense.
And I just feel, yeah, and I feel if men are trying to do that to impress a woman, then I don't think that man's really ready for a relationship because if he thinks that's what women like, then it's like you're not ready for a relationship.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't understand the attraction of cars other than the fact that we need to use it to get from A to B. Yeah. Unless you're a car enthusiast like me and you can tell the difference between a V4, V6, V8 engine, it's not going to matter, honestly, how much you rev your car. But again, like Death pointed out, it's for those teeny weeny groupie girls that either don't have transportation or desperate, and they see the car as a status symbol to, get the gold digging money out of it and whatnot. So, down at the end,
Well,
it's basically out of desperation, would be the answer to that question.
Well, whether it's desperation or not, I hope they do the right thing and not fall for that.
Yeah.
Oh, they do. There's a reason why it happens.
Yeah,
There's a
there's a
reason why they
reason
call
why.
them bunnies.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd
I don't
forgotten
like
about
that.
that terminology. It's been a long time since I heard that. All right, Jay, you got another interesting fact and statement or question?
I don't think of one at the moment. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find one.
Okay.
I have some somewhere.
It's floating there somewhere. Oh, yeah. Speaking of floating. Now, this is something I've never experienced before and I'm curious about. So let's say you're sitting in the tub. Okay. This is for men.
Oh no.
Does your stick float?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the way you're probably thinking.
Not like, like
I'm-
floating and bobbing, not like a log floating on the top, but more like, is it like when it's in the water, when it's submerged in the water, does it kind of just kind of flow there in the water? Sorry with the hand gesture. I'm trying to explain it the best I can. Because again, I don't have one and I've never been in a tub or in the shower with one before. So I've been oddly fascinated with the what's the word? The physics of having one. And this is out of genuine curiosity, guys. This is just for genuine curiosity.
No, it does.
No, it's
It doesn't.
generally
It doesn't.
it's just like as wet as you are, it will be buoyant in the same way. So at first it will probably be gradually less buoyant, but as it gets soaked with moisture, it'll equal out to wherever you are.
Okay.
Again, everybody always thinks that boobs, like women's like boobs and a man's, stick are the same thing. But the
No.
thing is, again, one of them is fat, the other is a muscle. So
Yeah.
that's already the first difference. I mean, aside from the obvious, one being the chest area, one being in the genital area, they're already different, But yeah, no, it just if a man floats in the water, he needs to get that looked at.
Because again, I know it's just muscle. It's a tendon. So I'm like, how does it react in water in the environment? I'm just curious.
It's not like
It doesn't
not
like
like it's
shrivel
trying
up
to
and
touch
fall
the
off,
bottom
dude.
of the
If it's shriveled up and fall off, you
It doesn't do that.
You got worse problems than I do.
No, but just like your hands, it will soften and
Yeah.
the skin texture will it can get bony, which is weird.
Okay.
crinkly sausage.
Thank you for answering that question to the best of your ability. Now that
If you don't
curiosity
have
sated.
one, my friends, all you need to do is you just need to go to the gas station, my friends. Go to the gas station, And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to find the Jack Link sausage and just look at it. There you go. If you're ever curious to know what it looks like in the water, it doesn't like float. It looks like that.
Don't ruin sausages for me.
No, I'm
Please
going to
don't
ruin them.
it. Don't.
Too bad I'm ruining it. You brought me here. This is what you get.
Oh, goodness. Did you find something yet, Jay?
I think I have.
Sweet.
It's a very weirdly random fact that I hate thinking about.
Okay.
I believe your eyeballs are not recognized by your immune system at all because your immune system sees it as a foreign object, and if it's made aware of your eyeballs, it will try and attack them, which is why obviously like some of us need glasses and stuff. It's like your body's kind of just starts attacking your eyeballs, so your brain has to pretend like they're not there whilst also receiving that information. And I feel like that's just so terrifying because it feels like every time I think about my own eyeballs, I'm just damaging them.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Astigmatism, cataracts in both eyes, and being partial blind in my left eye. That makes a lot more sense when you put it into that perspective.
It's so creepy. But like obviously you have like genetics and stuff to go along with it, but like
Yep.
it's scary how much your body does to protect you, even if it could possibly be harmful, and all of the things it has to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of your organs aren't held in one place either. They all jiggle around when you move. Your brain just shuts that sensation off because it's too much to comprehend.
Thank God for that.
But if you think about it too much, if you do like if you drink alcohol or anything else that can impair judgment, you may start to convince yourself that you are feeling everything moving around, and I do not advise that.
Oh, goodness.
I've got a question.
What's up?
Can women, okay, and I'm asking this with as much respect as possible. Is it true women really can fake it?
I wouldn't know because I've never faked anything in my life, but most likely, yes. I think women fake it for various reasons, especially because they don't want to hurt the already fragile male ego of their partner, because men have a tendency to not function normally if they find out they haven't been pleasuring their female counterpart very well. I think also porn kind of ruined that for a lot of people too. So women are expected to kind of sound like them, which is so annoying. Because it sounds like we're all dying seals getting beached on the shore when that happens. But I wouldn't be able to answer that question because I've never faked it.
So if a woman sounds like a dying seal, that means she's not interested.
I don't.
I'm confused.
I don't know the psychology of it, to be honest. I've never tried to fake it. I'm not very good at lying. I don't have a good poker face for that. So you'd be able to tell if I was faking it or not. But I would feel bad lying to my partner about something like that because that's supposed to be pleasurable for both people. And it feels like you've cheated that moment with that person when you're supposed to, be pleasurable together. I think it's mostly because people still don't understand the powers of female orgasms, I think is kind of the number one problem. And a lot of women actually don't know how to orgasm, shockingly enough. One of the books I was reading yesterday that I was gifted, I was reading about information on how women orgasm. Apparently, I never knew any of this, but we women experience O's very differently from each other.
Oh,
For some women, a very deep, like exploding O, you can feel it from your head to your toes. For some women, you only experience it like a wave. It just, whoosh, it's done. For some women, it's longer. For some women, it's more like an up and down pattern like this. The sensations that flow through your body. Some women, they never experience an orgasmic feeling at all, even though they did orgasm. But they don't feel the sensation of it. It's weird. We still have a lot to learn about the female body. And some women, they think it's more painful. Some women think it's like extreme pleasure. Some people think it's a combination of both. For some, more clitoral stimulation requires an O. For some, more intercourse. For some, more G-spot. For others, just a feather touch could cause an O. But I don't know. Women experience it differently, and there's really, I think more women need to explore themselves a bit more to kind of figure out their buttons.
Are the right words in their ear?
Yeah, too. That too. But we still got a long way to go in order to understand that organ, because not many women either. And there was a former friend of mine whose friend had came up to him and had to ask him where her clitoris was, because she didn't even know her own body. Now, that's not necessarily on her. It's the failure of the education system and the lack of sexual education. But yeah, we need to fix that. Women out there, if you don't know your structure by now, self-exploring is not a bad thing. It is not sinful. You need to understand your body. So take a look at it in the mirror. Figure it all out. Take a look at a diagram. Figure out where all the components are. Figure it out on yourself. What's painful, what's hurtful, what's pleasurable, what's a no-no, what's a yes, oh yes. Figure all of that out and be able to communicate it with your partner. Then you will never have to fake it again. That's the best advice I can give out there right now for women for that. And please, for the love of God, don't fake it with your partner, because you're cheating your partner of that. You're robbing your partner of that experience. Communicate during sex. Talking is okay during sex, guys. It's not a turn-off. Communication is key in order to be able to pleasure each other. Don't rob each other of that moment. And that's all I got for that. I would make a really great sex ed teacher. Maybe I can replace Ruth. I would love to have her job. Just once a week, have a session, 30-minute session about sex. That'd be fun. I would love to do that. But even
we
now,
definitely need to improve the education system with like sex ed and stuff, because
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't get taught so many things that my doctors are now telling me off, and they're like, well, you should have been doing this, this, and that. And I was like, I didn't know this, this, and that was possible, so how was I supposed to be doing it for the last 10 years?
Right? Imagine the lack of information you have on your part, Jay. Multiply that by 20, because most women's sexual health is not even recognized or even educated upon. Most of
Yeah.
what we're taught about our bodies is through our mother, our grandmother, our great grandmothers. It's lineal. It's all by mouth, and they're not even fact checked. I didn't even know I had my first period when I was 9. Then I got it again at age 11. I didn't even know what it was, because we didn't have sex ed until we were 12 or 13. I hit puberty so damn early that I had no idea what was going on with my body. Yeah, loads of girls these days don't even know what a period is. They don't even know what the products are. They don't know how to keep themselves clean. They don't know toxic shock syndrome. They don't know period poops. They don't know the explosion that we get when we sneeze and the urgency to go to the bathroom after that. They just don't know. And the education system is failing us, and it's only going to get worse. So please, take this opportunity to educate yourselves. Ask around. Sometimes educating yourself by word of mouth is a lot better than not knowing anything at all. Help each other out. Educate each other. That's why we're doing podcasts like this, because now we're learning information that most of us didn't even know about. See? 2 birds, 1 stone. How about you, Death? Do you got any questions or statements or anything?
No, I just woke up.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, for me, with another statement, I'm flipping it towards the women this time. All right, women. We gotta do better. The psychological warfare that you have on men is astounding. What I mean by that is mean girl behavior, on top of expecting men to be mind readers, to understand what we want or what we need. You have to remember, men are very simple creatures, and this is not a bad thing. Okay? Men are very simple. They see a problem, they want a solution. They work on a solution for that problem. Whereas women, we see a problem, but most women just want advice on how to fix the problem, or from the emotional aspect of things, we just want, I think the word is assurance that this problem is going to be okay, that it will be solved, that it will take time to fix, that it will be fixed. Whereas men are very simple. They're like, okay, there's a hole in the wall. I can seal it up. Let's fix it. There's no emotional input or output of that. It's just, okay, problem, fix. Whereas women, they're going to complain about the hole before they fix it. It's more on the emotional aspect of that. We need to tone down some of the emotions a little bit, girls. Tone it down a little bit. We can't have too much expectations, because once those expectations are not reached, then we get mad and then there's a fight. That's usually where the fight always starts. From the psychological aspect and the emotional aspect of the female problem. Because either A, we're overthinking it, B, we're expecting too much, and C, we're expecting the man to know what we are thinking at that moment. Now, we understand that men and women are very different when it comes to thinking, when it comes to solutions and problem solving and whatnot. But we got to tone it down a little bit and not blame the men for what's going on in our heads. And also on the other psychological aspect of things, stop thinking that yes is no and that no is yes. We need to be more straight with the answers and not confuse our poor men out there, all right? Be more direct. Don't beat around the bush. Don't be like, well, maybe. Don't do any of that bull, okay? This is where the fights and the division between men and women start. This is where all those stupid fights start. It's that miscommunication. It's that barrier that you put up that confuses people. Stop doing that, please. It's the number one reason why I don't have that many females as friends. Because I have been on the receiving end of that, as well as I've been watching people be on the receiving end of that, and it's never a good thing. Be more direct with each other. Communicate your wants, your needs, your desires, your boundaries. Communicate all of that and put your expectations up there in front. Don't assume that the person's going to know everything that you want them to know. Put it out there. If you want to come home and you're expecting the person to say, hey, welcome home, tell them that they want to, that you want to feel welcomed when you come back home after a long day of work. If you want to be greeted or say goodbye with a kiss on the cheek, let them know that. Don't just assume that they're going to do it and then you get upset because they don't do it, because they can't read your mind. Communicate. Okay. I learned early because you're a sister and mom, so you knew what to expect. And poor dad had to get us our pads and tampons. He only had a week off. Ah, goodness. I've never understood that. I feel like there should be more communication and less assumptions. Exactly. That's the problem. A lot of people don't feel comfortable communicating their boundaries, their wants, their desires, their needs. There needs to be more of that and less about worrying about comfort. Because there's a lot of meek, there's a lot of submissive, and there's a lot of soft people out there that really need to learn how to develop a backbone and stand up for themselves and tell people what they expect, what they want, what they need. I will never understand why you have to be so passive in life, that you don't like conflict. Well, I'm sorry to break your bubble, but life is conflict. There's going to be things that are going to happen in your life that are going to happen that you're not going to like. You have to learn how to handle situations like that. You cannot hide your head in the sand like an ostrich and pretend that life is not going to be complicated. Because life is complicated. You cannot be in denial. So communicate, people. Please, for the love of God, communicate. Talk to each other. It's not that difficult. And if the person doesn't understand or doesn't respect your boundaries, your wishes or desires, then right then and there, you know that person is not meant for you. You need to walk away before it gets worse. That's how these things work. I know for some people it's easier said than done, but you gotta do in order to do what you have to do in order to get yourself in a better situation and to improve your livelihood. It's as simple as that. Okay? Any other questions or statements from anybody?
I have a question.
What's up?
It might sound a bit weird.
This is a podcast about weirdness.
What does it feel like to, like, I don't know how to say this. Like, obviously, I've grown up on all you see in, like, films and what you hear from, like, friends or other males around me
Mm-hmm.
was they always used to talk about boobs all the time and wanting to touch them or feel them and whatnot and whatever the imagination comes up with.
Mm-hmm.
But what does it feel like as someone that has boobs to have them, like, felt and stuff? Because I imagine, like, the only thing I could imagine is if it's somebody just sat squeezing my belly. And I'm like, that's not comfortable for me. I'm like, does it feel... I'm confused. I don't know.
It depends. For some women, the boobs, specifically like the nipple and the areola area, could be a erogenous zone. For a long time, I did not like mine touched because it was just weird. It's just it literally is a bag of fat that you're squeezing and you're honking and you're touching. It doesn't, it's a really hard one because for some women, it's a hit or miss. Some women will like the feeling. Some women will never like the feeling.
And I met one who was ticklish.
Yeah, and some of them are ticklish. Again, that depends on how many nerve endings they have connected and how sensitive their tissue is.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's like a squishy stress ball, soft and firm at the same time. Exactly. But for some women, they're just like, ugh, I don't like it. It doesn't feel like anything to them. It doesn't do anything for them. Whereas other women, just a light feathery touch to it, and they're immediately erect. It depends. That's the hard part about human anatomy and human body functions. It's all different based on the person. This is why studies about women's bodies is so complicated, because we all experience things so differently from each other. So I hope that answered a little bit of your question.
It does indeed.
It's the same thing with men. Some men like their balls, like massaged during intimate moments. Some men don't like their balls touched at all. Some men liked it licked, other men don't like it licked. You like having yours touched and groped. Depends if you're in the right headspace. Did you get confused there, Jay?
Just a little bit.
She was referring to her boobs, not her balls. Sorry, should have transitioned that a little bit better. Any other questions or statements?
I got a question for
What's up?
Death.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know if you can answer it, Death, but just as a straight man, I want to know, why do you think that, and I'm not saying this applies to you, but maybe you can help enlighten me. Why is it that men think it's okay to look at women and have, fantasies when they look at them, but they assume that when gay men do it to a straight man, they're thinking of, do like the same way a guy looks at a woman, a straight guy looks at a woman. Like why is it that a lot of, because I've had that issue where straight men would get uncomfortable around me in their presence because they assume when I look at them I'm thinking dirty thoughts about them, but it's okay for them when I'm not, when they at the same time they're looking at women probably the same way as they assume I would be looking at them as a gay man.
Well, the worst part about that is it's assumption. They're assuming, and that's just the problem. They're probably just not comfortable being around gay men if that's the case.
I have
Because people are
Why?
going to fantasize, but you know what I mean? Like, people are going to fantasize whether you like it or not. Like, it's just something you have to get comfortable with. So, as much as I would like to say, there's a reason for it, it's the individual person. They're just uncomfortable in that environment. They've never been in that environment. They've never tried to be in that environment, I'm going to assume.
I have an answer for this, even though I'm not a straight man.
Have fun.
It's when they finally understand what consent is. If that makes any sense. They don't like it when other men, specifically gay men, treat them the way they treat women. This is why toxic masculinity is pretty bad in situations like this. It's because they realize, oh shit, I don't want to be treated the way I treat women, the way I'm being treated by this man right now. Again, like Death said, it's an assumption. It's the assumption that they're looking at you or talking to you or, looking in your general vicinity and they're undressing you with their eyes. It's that same assumption that women feel all the damn time when it comes to men looking at them like they're some type of meat on a slab.
I
So
don't know. I guess
it's all about consent.
I guess it's just weird because I think that I'm not gonna say that every gay man who looks at a straight man is not thinking. I mean, I don't look, if someone's if I find out someone's straight, that's an automatic. I'm not attracted. There's two things I'm not attracted to. I'm not attracted to like when it comes to sexually attracted. I'm not sexually attracted to, women, and I'm not attracted to straight men because that's just an automatic turn off for me. It's why would I even
Mm-hmm.
But I always find it weird that a lot of men will criticize gay people, and that's the one thing that isn't really brought up, but it's something that they do assume a lot of the time. And I'm not saying that I'm not trying to say that people like Death, who's a straight man, thinks that, but I know that a huge would assume that that's why they're uncomfortable around gay men, because they're assuming that they're gonna have thoughts when they look at them. Yeah, same thing to women.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's a major double standard that a lot of masculine men who are not comfortable with their sexuality. This is why a lot of them wave that flag. They're like, ew, gross. No, don't look at me like that. It's because they're not secure in their masculinity. They're not secure. It's a self-confidence problem that they have, which is the reason why they automatically assume when a gay guy looks at them that they're fresh meat, because that's the same feeling that women get when they look at them the same way. So it's a huge double standard about their comfort and about their self-confidence issues. And Amy has a question for the crew. I have a question for the guys. When you were you comfortable about your sexual orientation? I'm still trying to figure myself out, but how long did it take for you?
Well, I mean, I can go first. So I knew at a very young age that I had felt different when I was around when I was young. I always felt more attracted towards people of the same sex, you know, and I didn't know about it until what the term gay was until I was in grade school, and I knew that it was something that wasn't seen as positive. It was something negative, and I thought to myself, okay, well, maybe it's just like a phase or something. Of course I didn't think like that because I was a stupid kid. I used stupid terms like, oh, okay, well, this is nothing. But as I got older and then, I started learning about like sex ed and stuff like that. I mean, of course I didn't learn anything about, gay sex because they don't teach that in school, unless we're talking about the HIV and AIDS section, of course we'll talk about gay sex.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think now, even though I mentioned earlier that I'm pansexual, the reason why I say that is because I thought I was gay for the longest time, but I've realized that I'm just attracted to masculinity. And by that, I mean, I find not only men, but there's been some female to male transgenders that I find very attractive because I've seen female to male transgenders that look way more masculine than than biological man can look. So for me, I've come to the conclusion that sexuality isn't something you're born with. Like, I don't believe we are born gay, we are born bi, we are born straight. I believe we are born and we just live our lives, and our identity and sexuality are just, I just think it's a fluid thing, You could say you're straight right now. Next thing you know, you could be gay, and then you realize you're straight again. I think that a lot of things play into the stress of who we are. I think that if you say you're gay, you're gonna have to live you're set on being gay, you're not gonna you or if you're like set on being straight, I feel like that's fine. I mean, if you think you're straight and you think you're gay and that's who you are till the day you die, kudos and whatnot. But I just believe that sexuality is fluid. Like, I think you could be one thing at one point in your life, and then that can change like over time. I think it's just what's happening around your life. I think we have a lot of pressures that pressure us to be something. Like, I think religion can scare people. Like, let's be honest. I think some of
Mm-hmm.
the most, like, when it comes to politics here in the States, some of the most homophobic politicians end up being gay or LGBTQ.
Yep, it's the
I think there's a lot of
he doth who protests too much scenarios.
Yeah, I think things like religion, family, social norms, society, I think it plays a toll on who we are as a person that we don't really get to, explore or find who we are in life. I think that sexuality is nothing more than something fluid. I think gender is nothing more than a performance, but that's just my stance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you're born gay. I don't believe you're born straight. I don't believe you're born, this or that. I think just your sexuality changes as you just, live your life.
True.
There's people that think that they're gay and then they realize, oh, you know what? I don't think I am gay. Or people who think that they're straight. They're like, you know what? I'm not straight. I thought was gay for the longest time ever since I was a kid. And then I realize now that I'm attracted to just masculine things. That could be a cisgender uh LGBT male, or it could be like like a transgender male. Like I said, anything masculine I'm attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
I like manly things.
Manly men.
Manly man.
How about you, Jay? Do you have any answer for this question?
currently going through like the opposite thing at the moment. I am still very not secure with where I am,
Mm.
but it's like at a very young age. I grew up in a school where everyone was making gay jokes, and it was kind of every the only time it was mentioned was by the students, never by the teachers, and it was always negative things. So I kind of grew up thinking like, oh, it's not good. This shouldn't be right. But at the same time, I knew I was like, I feel exactly the way you're telling me not to feel, and I don't like this. And then obviously I've grown up and I've come out and I'm like, yeah, I'm gay. I like men. Like that's what I'm telling everybody. But at the same time, I know full well that's not true. I just don't know what I do like or what I can identify myself with. So I'm just like, I'm gonna stick with gay, and then when I find out what is actually going on, that's when I tell people, because I have so many questions and insecurities I need to figure out myself that I can't tell people until I know. Otherwise, I just can't make sense of it.
Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm gonna be a dude, but I can kind of relate to this question too. It was only fairly recently that, because I was completely straight female this whole time, completely heterosexual. But fairly recently, since I became a streamer and I have women who find me attractive in the community, I find myself questioning my own sexual orientation as well and my sexual identity. I'm like, I actually am secure enough in my identity that I don't mind it when women flirt with me. I don't mind that women find me attractive. I don't have a problem or an insecurity about that. I don't find that offensive. I don't find that harmful. I find it very flattering, not gonna lie, but it's not a problem for me. And it's very interesting that a lot of people take offense to things when they don't need to. They should just be honored, flattered, and be like, well, I don't roll that way, but thank you for that thought, kind of thing, you know? Just be less aggressive and less angry and less hurtful of things that don't necessarily need to hurt you, you know? It's like, why would you let this hurt you? It's like, I find it highly flattering that other women think I'm attractive. I never thought of myself as attractive. So this kind of coming at me at like a left hook, I was like, whoa, okay. Let me sit back and reevaluate myself here and see how I can handle these kinds of situations. And I'm thinking to myself, number one, it's not harmful for me. Number two, I'm secure. I don't really have any self-confidence issues or anything to reassure myself. And then number three, it's just friendly flirting and banter. I don't find that harmful or hurtful at all. So honestly, I'm pretty comfortable with my orientation. I'm mostly straight, but kind of sort of bi-curious. I don't know if that lands me as pansexual or not. I'm not really obsessed with labels like a lot of the rest of the world is. I don't really want to pigeonhole myself in a place where it doesn't fully 100% identify me as such. So I'm just kind of like a jack of all trades. I'm a little bit everywhere here and there. I don't really have a specific preference for anything. And I don't really mind that other genders find me attractive. I see that it's kind of uplifting and kind of flattering in a way. It's not anything that can, be a detriment to my reputation or could damage my mental thinking or whatnot. It's not a bad thing for me. So I see it as in a very different light. But then again, it seems to me that society thinks that being more female to female ratio of homosexuality is better than male to male homosexuality, which makes no sense. Just let people love who they want to love and let people be who they want to be and not be so offended on behalf of something that you're not a part of. Just let people be and let them be what they want to be. Let them be who they want to be. You don't need to throw in the Bible and be like, this is sinful. Nowhere in the Bible does it say it's sinful. You made that up. It's all made up. Okay, just let people live how they want to, and don't be offended by something that'll happen to you that's not harmful or hurtful to you. Let people search for their identities. Let people search for who they want to be. Even if they don't know who or what they want to be, allow them that pace that they want to go on to be able to kind of do soul searching and to find their identity and who they want to be for the rest of their life. That's not on you. That's on them. And it's okay. Most of the time, I do some men and a few women attractive, as well as some trans people as well, but you're not quite sure where you fit in the spectrum. And that's okay, Amy. You don't
look at it as a spectrum.
Yeah.
Like sorry, I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No,
Nuna.
you're fine. You're fine. Interject all you want.
Well, what I was gonna say is, like Nuna said, I think we should not live in a world where people have, like, people would argue that we have to use labels, like you're either straight, like they're like, I remember when you used to be just gay or straight or bi or trans, and like people were like, I remember when you were either just gay or straight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't care much for the whole label thing. I think it does get out of proportion and whatnot. I would just say, instead of wondering where you belong on a spectrum, just, you know, like it's like the whole reason of like, I came out as non-binary this year because I realized that I'm tired of, you know, trying to fit what society finds as masculine or male, and then what they find as feminine or female. It's like, you know, I don't believe I'm gay or straight. I'm not a man or a woman. I'm Jirari, you know? I don't think there's a reason to label yourself anything. If you want to have a little term, then I guess you can figure that out. But as I mentioned, I agree with Nuna. I think labels are, you shouldn't have to put a label on who you are. You could just be you, you know? You know, like we could sit here and say, yeah, I would technically be a biological male, and yes, I would be considered gay. You know, Jay would be considered gay. Nuna would be considered, you know, straight with, you know, but bi-curious at the same time. And then you have Death, who is straight, right, Death?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it's less about being comfortable. It's more about not caring.
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Like it's not like you just get comfortable with something. It's more like it less becomes important to you as a person because you start to begin to realize that it long term it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially labels
Exactly.
and words.
Yep. So just be comfortable with who you are. You don't need to obsessively worry about putting a label on yourself if it's not going to be if it's not going to be a major part of your life. So you don't need to stress about that. Just worry more so about who you want to be and what you're comfortable with. Worry about your own comfort and not about what society deems as their own comfort.
Yeah. I mean, of
Okay.
course, then there are the whole controversial things, like people can then argue and say, oh, well, then that means that you believe because you don't identify as a male or female, that means you can go into a bathroom that identifies with your opposite biological. So I'd be like, no, for me personally, you know, like I will follow whatever I have. Like again, I'm biologically a male. If I have to use the restroom in public, I'll use the men's one. You know, I know some people would argue and say, you know, well, non-binary people should have the right to, you know, go. And I always say, well, if it were up to me, I believe we should have, like, I don't know about you guys, but like the whole thing with bathrooms in general, I believe that we should have, like, all bathrooms should be destroyed and we should have individual unisex
Porta
bathrooms. Because
potties. Let's go.
Porta potties.
no,
Bring them
no,
back.
Devil, we're better. Not Devil, sorry. Death, sorry, Devil and Death. No, Death, we live in a society where we can afford to get nice little fancy unisex bathrooms. Because to be honest, I don't like public restrooms because while I'm, you know, doing my business, I don't like to be sitting next to another person who is also shitting next to me. Because I don't know about you guys who go into a bathroom with other people, but I think unless you're into that, it's kind of gross taking a shit next to someone who's also taking a shit. I want my privacy, damn
Yeah.
it.
Let's be honest. Public bathrooms are going to be naturally dirty and disgusting anyways. We try to spend as less time in those bathrooms than we do any other place in the world, even more so than the DMV, okay? Just do your business and get the fuck out.
Well, I'm all for unisex bathrooms that are individual, like a long row of individual bathrooms. And then because people would then argue, well, I shouldn't have to sit next to, like, I shouldn't have to go into a bathroom, like I'm a man and I shouldn't have to go after a woman's gone, or I'm a woman, I shouldn't have to go after a man's gone. And I'm like thinking to myself, I've worked custodial. Trust me, both bathrooms stink. Men and women are both stinky and disgusting in the
Yes, they're
bathrooms.
both disgusting in
I'm
public
custodial.
bathrooms.
I could vouch. Men and women are disgusting,
Yes. Because there's no...
and so are the non-binaries.
there's no...
Everyone's
there's no
disgusting.
there's no respect in public bathrooms. There's no respect of the property of public bathrooms. People will do what they do and not either clean up after themselves or make a mess or use too much toilet paper and flood the toilet, or, you know, leave sanitary products outside the sanitary little bins. They'll, you know, leave their excrements on the toilet seats and not clean up after themselves. People are just going to be downright nasty and dirty in the bathrooms anyways. We should not be having this argument about public bathrooms. It should be the common consensus is do your business and get the fuck out. That's all it really should be about.
Well, the more issue, at least in the States right now, is the whole using a bathroom with your identity, like how you identify versus your biological.
I think what they need to do is bring back the solo bathrooms. You know, have
That's
one door,
I agree.
One door, have 3 or 4 different doors separate with separate individual toilets and sinks. They should really bring those back.
That's how it was before. Like they say that's a weird idea to do that now. I'm like, how is that okay? I mean, now we're all taking shits or we're pissing next to somebody who's doing the same thing. That's disgusting. I want my privacy. I don't want to poop and then hear the person making all these like gurgling noises next to me. That's disgusting.
And then each stall has their own, you know, there's urinal and a toilet. And so that way, regardless of what your genitals is, you could do your business, flush, wash your hands, and get the fuck out, and not be worrying about who's next to who anymore. Just bring back the solo bathrooms. I know
that is too
sense.
much. You are asking too much.
I know it's common sense. It's too much.
God, you sound like a woman. No, I'm just kidding.
It's because I am a woman. Like, oh my God, Gerard. Like, I'm about to pull my earrings off. Girl, hold my earring, because this boy is gonna go. I'm gonna go all Shanae on his ass.
He can hold my earrings.
But damn. Speaking of public restrooms, I have a gripe. All right. And this isn't specifically all men, but this is men that I have either lived with or have known. Okay. Now, I get, like I mentioned before to Amy, I get that we will never ever solve this war about having the toilet seat up or down. Okay. I already know that's a moot point. That's a moot fight. My problem is cleaning up after yourselves when you use the fucking toilet at home. I get that men have different spurts when they use the toilet. I get that sometimes their streams will miss. That's not the point. The point is to clean up after your fucking selves and not expecting your wife or your girlfriend or your partner to clean up after you like a baby. That is my gripe. I don't care if your stream goes somewhere else. It's your responsibility to clean up your excrement. Not me. You. It's not about the toilet seat being up and down anymore. It's about cleaning up after your own stuff coming out of you. I ain't your mama. Clean up after your shit, please. I don't get paid to do this shit. And being a housewife does not necessarily make me the custodial. I clean up after myself when I dirty up the toilet. If I accidentally get blood on the toilet seat, if I accidentally pee a little bit and it dribbles onto the toilet seat, I clean that shit up immediately. But why is it not common for men to do the same thing and give us the same courtesy that we do after we clean up our shit? You don't see our, sanitary products lying around everywhere in the open for you to see the blood and stuff. You don't see a toilet full of blood. Why can't we get the same courtesy? It doesn't make any sense to give us the same thing that we give to you in return. You don't want to see bloody stool in the toilet.
Well, usually men who are like that, Nuna, are also probably the men that see women as inferior, so.
Well, that also includes my husband then. Because I can never get any man to clean up after themselves after using the damn toilet. It makes no sense. I don't understand the weaponized incompetence use here. I agreed to be the wife. I did not agree to be the mother. I did not agree to be the custodial figure in this. I don't get paid, nor do I find any satisfaction in wiping after you. I just don't get it. Why? Men, you've got to do better. Show your wives or your girlfriends or your partners that you actually care about the living situation that you are with together. Give in just as much as you take. Don't be like that. That is the only gripe. I don't care if the toilet seat stays up forever. I care that you clean up after yourselves. I have a solution for that. I always put an extra toilet roll next to the toilet roll dispenser or holder, depending on where you are in the world and whatnot. But I always have another one on the shelf next to it.
See, I always stopped using the roll holder because my rolls don't fit anyway.
Yeah, mine doesn't either anymore. I got a different set and it's thicker. So it doesn't fit on there anymore because it has a flap. It has the sanitary flap on top of it, so that way when you pull and you can rip it off. I have that.
I literally sit it like on the back of the toilet.
That works too.
So just put the roll there.
Yeah. You can't
I
do
end
that
up
in your
having a roll
bathroom?
on the back of the toilet and one next to the front of the toilet. So if I'm sat on it, I can reach one of them.
Yeah, put it on the back of the toilet or like next to the sink, or if you have like a toothbrush holder thing coming out of the wall, put something there. Hey Krim, happy birthday to you. You smell like a shoe. Which way do you put your roll? Facing the front or the back? The front. It's just easier for me to pull and tear using the flap. Plus, I also have a
Well, I do
bidet.
it the opposite way around.
But I don't use the bidet. I only use the bidet as the heat seat, the heat warmer for your booty when you're sitting on the toilet. I don't actually use the bidet. But I put it on the front. To me, it doesn't matter. Front or back. It's just easier for me with the front because of the flap. Because I'm extra special that way. But yeah, that's my little gripe about toilet etiquette. Clean up after yourselves, boys, please. We understand that your bodily autonomy makes it very difficult for you to urinate. But please, if you do spatter, tinkle, sprinkle, clean up after yourselves so your woman or your partner doesn't have to. That's not her responsibility. She's not your mother. And you're old enough not to have a mother wipe up after you.
I feel that's why a lot of men are not all men, but I feel that's the reason why a lot of men are like that when because I feel that's what men try to look for in women is someone who's like their mother, and I don't know. Again, I'm not straight, so I can't really speak for everybody, and I'm not saying that all straight men are like that, but I just sometimes feel that maybe that's why why men are lazy about it is their mother always would clean up after them. So
And the thing is, it's not a gender specific thing. Women also excrement too, just the same way men do. But we clean up after ourselves because we know we don't want our partners sitting in our junk. That should be common courtesy across all genders. I don't know why it's on us women to clean up after that. That's the problem I have with this situation. Do better, guys, please. Do not have the expectation that your wife or your girlfriend or your partner is also your mother. That Oedipus complex is a no-no. That crosses into land, and you don't want to go there. You don't want to Alabama it up in here. Because pretty soon she'll be your mother sister. Or your sister aunt. Or something of that nature. But please, for the love of God, clean up after yourselves. Do better in the bathrooms in your own home when you're living with a partner.
Or
Okay.
public bathrooms too.
Public
The
bathrooms
amount
as
of times
well.
I've had to clean up with someone after in a public bathroom is shocking.
Same. Especially the women who don't flush. I'm like, gross. I don't want to see the junk that came out of you. You're not a baby. The only exception where I need to clean up after something is either going to be an animal or a baby. Or, heaven forbid, one of my students who has an accident. And it's the younger kids who haven't been properly potty trained. Heaven forbid. But not a motherfucking adult who's old enough to be able to wipe his own ass and clean up after himself. So please, do better across the board with that. The fight with the toilet seat being up and down is a forgivable one, whatever. It's the cleaning up afterwards that what really matters the most. It never was about the toilet seat to begin with. Just to let y'all know. It's the cleaning. And remember, there are scientific studies that have shown that if you do not close the toilet seat before you flush, all that stuff goes up into the air and onto your toothbrush and onto your towels and onto your toilet paper and all over the surfaces in your bathroom. So it would behoove you to close before you flush, so you're not breathing in all of that shit that's coming back out. That's a scientific fact. So be mindful of bathroom hygiene. Okay? Let's see. I also have another curious thing. You woke up to this? Hey, Gold. I've noticed that some men and women, some women do this too, but when you're leaning back, let's say you're doing like this on the couch and you're watching TV, and you put your hand, there's always somebody who puts one hand in their pants and lets it rest there. What's the psychology behind that? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I have seen it many times, but I can never understand it.
I don't understand why either. Is it because you don't know where to put your hand? Is it a comfort thing that your hand is close to your genitals for some reason? Does your boxers or your briefs feel comfortable that you have to kind of brush it with your hand? I don't understand the psychology of just randomly having a hand in your pants when you're just casually just sitting there watching TV or talking to a friend or whatnot. It's weird. But nobody seems to have an answer for this kind of behavior.
I think sometimes, like, if it's like summer or it's quite warm or something, or your underwear is quite tight, sometimes they might do that to try and, like, especially like if they're elasticated around like the leg and it rides up and it kind of digs between like the crotch and the leg, they kind of do it to pull it away and kind of let everything breathe for a second. But I don't understand why people do it that often or for like a massive extent, like a massive period of time, because that's just weird.
Yeah,
to me.
that's why I'm like, what's the psychology behind this behavior? Why is it just you just leave your hand hanging there in your pants for no reason? You're not moving it, you're not tugging or arranging anything. You just happen to slide your hand right there and it just sits there. It's like, why, what's this behavior? How did you learn it? Why are you doing this? There doesn't seem to be any answer that I can find, because most guys that I've been with have that behavioral pattern, and they just We're just sitting there on the couch watching TV and just suddenly hand in pants. Don't know why. No sense. So I'm confused. Is that like something that men never grew up from childhood? Is that something that men just subconsciously do and without rhyme or reason? Like, I'm like, I want an answer. Why is this a thing? Because most of the times I have never seen any women put their hand like right on like their panty line or like their boxer line or brief line and just kind of just sit it there while just doing nothing. And I'm like, is this like as a late way of like sucking on your thumb when you're a baby? Is it, there's some, your hand has to be in or doing something? I don't really know the psychology of it. But if anybody has an answer, please feel free to type in the comments in the live chat or in the comments below and let me know if there's any reasoning behind that logic. Because that's a behavior pattern that I've seen in a lot of men just kind of casually sitting there. Just slide their hand there. And I'm like, why? I don't see any of my male students doing this. I see adult men doing this. And it's curious, why? Why is this a thing? And why aren't women doing it? Why is this not a female thing too? It eludes me as to why this behavior is a thing among men. It's like, are you guys even aware that you do it? Is also another question too. Making sure it's still there. But yeah, that's another one that I found. You think it's a security blanket, but like a lot of men do that. Are they aware that they do it? How about you guys in the chat? Do you guys do it?
If I'm in bed and I'm like just sat in my underwear, sometimes I'll play, like I'll fiddle around with like my leg hair or my arm hair or something, just randomly because my hands need something to do.
Okay.
Or like I'll tend to sit and like pick up my crochet instead because it's much more productive. But like I don't realize I'm doing it, and that's kind of just like an automatic thing that I end up doing. Or I'll sit and fiddle with like the hair on my head, and I'll just run my fingers through it because I can find that calming. But
Wait, what was the question again? I got lost in conversation. I was deep in thought.
Why men stick their hand in their pants and not do anything when they're just casually sitting there watching TV or watching Netflix or something? It's just the hand is just sitting idle, like right there at their panty line or their boxer line or something. It's just sitting there. It's not moving. It's not adjusting anything. It's just there. Just one hand in the pants, not doing anything.
The only time I've ever done that would be I'm usually trying to relieve an itch or something caused by the seam line.
Right.
But no, I can't think of any time where I just, other than if I'm like going to sleep, then it might stay there, but it's not like a conscious thing I'm doing.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if men who have done this are aware that they have done this before without realizing it. No, but you've started to notice you'll man spread sitting on a chair because you think it's comfy. Girl, I love man spreading as much as I remember. I did that when I was little because I was copying the sitting stance, the Asian squats that a lot of Asians do. I was copying watching my uncles do that because they were just kind of sitting around with beer bottles in their hands, just kind of drinking and talking, and they were doing the Asian squat. But their legs were spread open. And I did that one time, and my dad got so furious at me because he was like, no, you can't sit like that. And I'm like, why? All of our uncles are doing that. And my dad, for the life of me, couldn't explain why, telling an 8-year-old why she couldn't do what her uncles were doing. Hey, Sansuo. So for a long time, because of that memory that stuck with me, I never sat down with my legs spread until I got a little bit older, when I got a little bit more like chunkier. And I was like, you know what? Leaning back and just kind of spreading your legs a little bit and not have it so tight all the time, because, you know, thunder thighs makes it a bit difficult to kind of, you know, cross leg and, you know, squeeze your thighs together and whatnot. It's actually quite comfy. I get why men man spread. I get it. I don't fault them for that, because I know having a ball sacks, and having a stick between your legs and getting them squished would be very uncomfortable and potentially painful. I get that. But women should be allowed to do that too, because sometimes, as uncomfortable as this may sound, sometimes our lips will get caught up in something, or our clitoris will get caught up in something too. And we also need to adjust, because some women's labias and everything are a bit bigger and plumper. So there needs to be some adjustments too. So, guys, that's just not a you thing either. It's also a women thing too, especially for bigger women, for queen size women especially. There needs to be some adjustments as well. All right, night night monster. But yeah, on top of putting the hand in the pants, I also have another question for men. Why do y'all scratch your balls and then smell your fingers?
Sorry. I just like the way you worded.
It's the best way I can do it. I gotta be direct about this statement. Why do y'all smell it? Are you worried that it's going to smell so bad that you might need to go to the doctors? Are you worried that it might be decomp? Are you worried that there might be swamp ass? I don't know. I honestly don't know why you feel the need to smell something that gross. Curiosity, make sure there's no smell, shock and awe. It's
Well, I don't really sniff, but if I have to, I will put my hand down there to make first time I do it to make sure that my piercings are not getting tangled or getting snagged. And then afterwards, I immediately wash my hands. Not to mention I wash my hands because I'm pierced down there in multiple spots.
mm-hmm.
I always have to clean my hands because I'm always terrified of getting an infection because, like, heaven forbid, I have never been infected. And like, I've had infections in my piercings, and luckily they haven't been infected. So I never really smell because I always have that fear. So I'm always washing my hands before or after if I have to adjust them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really do that, but I will put my hands down my pants just to adjust and make sure they're not getting tangled up. And then I wash my hands afterwards.
Sanitation, very important. Well,
because I'm terrified I'll get them infected.
If you think your balls smell, then just wash them.
Oh no, I'm not saying that I do it because I said that's the reason why
I meant
put my hand
Sansuo.
down
I was answering
Oh,
Sansuo's
oh.
for sanitation. It's like, if you're worried about it being dirty or whatnot, just shower. That's it. I don't know. It's a weird behavior that doesn't make any sense to me, because if you're gonna
Well, I know men chafe just like women. Men chafe, and like, cause you know how women can like rub their legs together. Men, they rub their legs against their balls, and then it causes chafing, and then it causes itching. You know.
Yeah, the scratching part I get, obviously, because it's uncomfortable. But the
it's chafing.
smelling the fingers part afterwards, after the action has been done, is astounding. It's like, why would you make yourself suffer with that gunky, nasty ass smell that you got going on down there? Why would you want to bring it up to your nose and whiff it up there? I know this is not an all men statement, Sansuo. This is some
Maybe
men
sometimes
that I have
men
observed.
do it. Maybe sometimes men do it because they've probably done it their entire life, and it's just like a habit now, and they just weren't taught, hey, that's bad or that's gross. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't do it in public. If they do it behind closed doors, I think that's nobody's business.
No, I've seen them do it in public. This is why I raised the question, because I've seen it in public.
Well, if they do it in public, then that means they're just gross. Because they're gross.
Yes, because they're gross. It's like, ew, boys, cooties, ew. Behavior coming back again.
again, I think it's the whole thing when it comes back to it's like the whole picking your nose and whatnot, or picking your nose and
Yeah.
eating, just like a habit that has never been addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's because nobody wants to bring it to their attention or they haven't noticed it. I don't know.
Then there's
I
some
mean,
Like,
dudes
I
that
feel like
are
I've
I've
nasty.
spoke to
True.
someone that's done it.
Mm-hmm.
do what?
I've spoke to a few people around this topic before,
Mm-hmm.
men, and to be fair, maybe the wrong type of men, purely because the answers they gave were all more fetish and kink related, and they just generally enjoy that. And I'm like, well, as long as it's not in front of everyone to see. But like doing it in public's very different than like doing it in private. And
Yeah, it
Yeah,
makes
enjoying
sense.
in
that kind
public,
of
that's
thing.
just gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen some behaviors out in public that I'm like, you're probably best to save that in like a dark corner or in the shade or in the shadows or something, and not open in the public where there's like kids and other people walking around. I'm like, at least have some common decorum and decency, you know? Don't just be like all up there just because you're uncomfortable. You also need to be reminded that there are other people around you and they don't want to see stuff like that. They just don't. But there's no kink shaming, though. There's no kink shaming. If that's your kink, all the more power to you, honey. But there's a difference between having that kink and doing it out in public without other people's consent. That's the difference. And speaking of,
So-
yeah.
Apparently, according to this biopsychologist, the reason men do this is there's something about smelling their own ball sweat to feel more alive. It's a psychological effect that they have. It's not really to make them feel better, but it's like a reassurance
Uh,
that they're unique.
What?
But no, apparently almost all men do this throughout the day usually. Usually nobody notices. But the exact reason is eluding professionals.
Okay, so it's
Because it's
eluding
not
the
hygienic.
Yeah, if it's eluding professionals, then it's gonna definitely elude me too, because I'll never be able to find the answer to that.
Yeah, it's some type of weird self-recognition that it's doing. It's a mental self-recognition thing that happens that apparently, as far as they could tell, it could be fucking back from the caveman days.
Okay.
I mean, I'm thinking it could be something to do with like pheromones and stuff because I know they used to play a big part like during
Yeah,
the
but
evolution and stuff. But like,
it's like you're checking
mean,
your own pheromones though, so it's kind of
yeah,
weird.
Yeah.
you're kind of like smelling your own masculinity in a sense.
I
Yeah.
guess that's one way to
But
put it.
But generally, it's nothing to do with hygiene or you're not trying to smell if you smell bad or whatnot. You're literally
Okay.
trying to get your own ball sweat odor, basically.
Much as the way women have many mysteries that no one will fully understand, men too have many mysteries that they will never fully understood. That's true. And speaking of a mystery, I have another question for y'all men out here. Now, you don't have to answer this if you're not comfortable answering it, by the way. This is just for curiosity's sake. Now, when you are, let's say, out in public or at work or anything, and you happen to be erect, how do you manage to find a comfortable place for your manhood to rest? Do you lean it to the left? Do you lean it to the right? Do you try to pin it up to your underwear line, like your panty line? And how do you, or do you just ignore it completely until it goes away? I mean, how do you handle yourself when you are in public or in a place where you can't necessarily fully adjust yourself to be really comfortable?
Yeah, having a belly helps. Oh my god.
The belly helps.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But generally,
like wearing
it'd be
stuff.
depending on where I was, what I was doing, what I was wearing.
Because we completely fully understand that erections happen even when you're not excited, even when you're not turned on. It's a muscle. It does what muscles do. It contracts just the same way as any other muscle in your body. So sometimes you can't control when you get erect or whatnot. Well, that's your
Yeah,
go-to
and
if that happens.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
it is, even if men, even if it is just a reaction to let's just say that sometimes men can't control. I mean, when there are such okay, I'm not gonna say it in on the thing. I'm not gonna say it because let's just say there are moments when men can get an erection even when it's not because they're excited or something. It's just a reaction in
Right.
a bad situation. It's just a reaction.
Right.
Men don't like it's still seen as something embarrassing. It's some embarrassing thing for men. Like
But
even
that's
though if even
it,
oh go ahead.
it shouldn't be embarrassing because it's a natural body process. It just happens with or without your consent. It's the same way with our boobs when our nipples get erect. We can't control that. That just happens. There are so many factors that can make the nipples erect, but we don't got any
Well, it's
control
usually
over it.
some women can make it embarrassing for men, but most of the time it's other men being jerks to other men and
Mm,
whatnot. They point it out and laugh and whatnot.
mm.
But I mean, if luckily I always wear like a button. I wear two clothes. I have a t-shirt and I have a flannel because that's just my style. And then if it ever happens, what I do is I'm able to just hide it with my flannel. So good old flannel just takes care of it.
Uh, there's so much going on all the time around me. I don't have time to think about anything but what I'm doing. So the brain gets the blood supply. That's good, at least. So you're able to kind of control the flow in a way. But yeah, I've always been curious how you handle yourself in situations where you end up getting an erection by accident and you either try to hide it or you try to adjust yourself so you're not necessarily thinking about it too much.
Unfortunately, it's happened to me a few times when I've been like at work, but it's been like like from the way I've been walking or whatever, I've accidentally caught myself in my own clothing and it's happened, and I'm like, well, this is definitely the most inopportune time for this to happen.
And it usually
And
does.
like, if I've got my hand, like I used to be a waiter, so usually I'd have my hands full or I was doing something and I was focusing, so I'd have to alter the way I was walking in hopes that it would readjust itself into the least painful position possible.
Mm,
And then I've got to kind of like get everything done that I need to like disappear for a second to actually like readjust myself properly, and then I'm like, right, okay,
mm.
clean my hands, get everything sorted, and then I can get back to work, because it's just there is no readjusting, especially like if you're a waiter and stuff, because of hygiene. Like it's just impossible, especially when it's busy and you're just running around. You've kind of got to find the fastest solutions
True.
without doing anything at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Sansulo says, I think age is a factor in it too. Younger guys have that issue a bit more than older. That's true. That's also very true too. That's a good point. The good old long stride adjustments. Uh-huh. I noticed that too. All right, now this question is for the women, and I don't know if some of the women in here can answer it because I think the majority of them are gone now. But why women wear so much perfume that they drown in said perfume? Are you decaying from the inside or something? Do you smell like decomp that you have to drown yourself in perfume to the point where you can't smell anything else? It's not good for people like me who have respiratory issues, and you come strolling along hefty in perfume that you bathed in it basically, and then we get caught up in that smell and then we get an asthmatic attack. Do you guys do you smell like decomp so badly that you have to cover and bathe yourself in it so nobody can smell that you're dying from the inside? It's like, why is that a thing?
I feel like there isn't even like a specific age group that does it either, because the amount of times I've got on a bus and I've ended up choking on someone's perfume and everyone looks at me, like especially during COVID, and they've drowned themselves and I'm sat choking on their deodorant and everyone's like, he's got
Yep.
COVID, and I'm like, no, I just can't breathe because of perfume and scents that are going on. I'm like, this is just unbearable.
Yeah, it's like a little bit is fine. I've never walked by any man that is so odorous with his cologne or aftershave or whatever. It's like a pleasant and then it's gone. But for women, for a lot of women in different ages and different age groups, they all bury themselves in perfume to the point that you can't smell any other outside factors around them. You just smell them. Why is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Men have more common sense with cologne than women do with their perfume. It makes no sense. Because it fucks up everybody else that they walk past. You can't wear perfume, it messes with your asthma. You choke on one type of perfume. That patchouli? That gags you so bad you bailed on a sure thing date. Oof. But yeah, that's one thing I never understand about women and their use of perfume. I get it, dab a little bit on your wrist, dab a little bit on your neck and everything, but there are some women out there, especially the middle-aged ones, specifically here in Korea, that just like, it's like they live in it. And I don't know why they have to be so strong with the scent. And I'm like, do you really smell that bad that you have to be able to bathe in perfume like that? Because if you smell that bad, there's something wrong. And you need to go to the doctors to get that checked out. You shouldn't have to cover your own natural scent like that to the extreme. It's the same way, it's like when you walk into the boys' locker room and every single boy has an Axe spray. Now, let's say there's 22 boys in that locker room spraying the Axe spray at the same time. That's the amount of level of perfume that women wear for one single woman. Why? Some men spray loads of deodorant. You nearly died. It was awful. You ran out the diner to get away, couldn't get away fast enough. You did text her after she had left to let her know it was the perfume, which you didn't know at the time was her perfume. Damn. But yeah, just cloak yourself a little bit in the perfume. You don't need to prove to people that you smell like lilacs and daisies and, sugar and cotton candy. It's too much. Why do you need to smell like you're a walking florist? If you have a fish market smell that bad, again, you need to go to the doctors because that's a sign of a serious infection. It's either flush, some type of STI or STD you got going up there, or it could be some type of major yeast infection. You cannot be smelling that bad without something being wrong. Now, I'm not saying all the hoo-haws have to smell like, roses and butterflies and unicorns. That's not the point. The point is, if there is a strong smell and not only you can smell it, but everybody else can, there's something wrong and you need to go to the doctor immediately. Because that's a sign of a serious infection. Because that's bad. And I have had some horror stories from nurses and OBGYNs who have to deal with crazy hoo-ha smelling stories because apparently the women did not do proper hygiene. Should it smell like anything except maybe sweat if it's warm out? That's true. Hey, Velveteen, how you doing, hun? But yeah, women, stop using so much damn perfume. You're not going to drown in an ocean of it. It's no point. If you have a smell that bad, anywhere near your hoo-ha or anywhere else on your body, you probably need to get checked for your pituitary glands. Maybe some hormonal imbalances are going on or something, or you got a really bad infection. You need to go to the doctor ASAP if you're going to smell like that. Alrighty. Let's see. All right, I've got one on beauty standards. Beauty standards are insane and inhumane. Why are beauty standards for women so damn inhumane and impossible to achieve? And the double standard for men to be tall and muscular and masculine. There is a bunch of hate on the internet, especially the past few years, especially with TikTok on the rise and the trend and growing and whatnot. And how people are all about hating on obesity and hating on body positivity. There's a problem with this. Some people are fat because they are fat. It's not about laziness. It's not about having a sedentary life. Genetics plays a component in it. Hormones plays a component in it. And all the shit that they put in our foods plays a component in it. Not everybody is fat because they're lazy. Everybody needs to get that out of their head right now.
Go ahead.
There's never a point in my life I will ever be a 0. I will never be a size 0. Ever. I have never been a 0. I've never even been under a 10 in my entire life since I hit puberty. I've always been a big, thick girl, and it's never going to change. And I hate that Korea keeps trying to pressure me into losing weight because that will solve all my health problems, when the answer is no, it's not going to. Genetically speaking, on my parents' side of the family, we chunky. And doctors telling us, oh, lose weight. It'll help you. No shit, Sherlock. We try. But because of our health issues, especially with me and Pika going through perimenopausal issues, and especially when you're over the age of 35, we go through something called second puberty. It makes it very difficult to lose the said weight in order to have better health benefits for our lives. It's not about us being fat and lazy. There are so many much more factors in that. And yes, body positivity is a good thing. Because again, I'm comfortable with my body. I survived being hit by a bus with this body, okay? If I was smaller than this and I didn't have the muscular structure and the fat that I have now, I'd be dead. Honest to God, I would have been dead. Because the way the bus crushed me against the pole, I would not have survived. Yes, this happened 6 years ago, Amy. I got hit by a bus. Now, if I was a size 8, and I was the size that Korea wanted me to be to match a Korean woman beauty standards, I would not have lived. I would have died. So I'm very thankful for having the body that I have, because I have survived countless encounters. I've survived an accident that could have killed me. I'm less likely to be kidnapped because I'm fat. I'm less likely to be, R-worded. I am less likely to be a victim. I am less likely to suffer from food illnesses like, bulimia and anorexia. I can survive with this body that I have. Now, I'm not beautiful by any means necessary by the beauty standards of Korea, but that does not make me an ugly person. Yeah, and if us bigger women go to the gym, we still get hateful comments. Yeah, damned if we do, damned if we don't, You got hit by a bus. Yep. Women in general in gyms get hateful comments. You can blame the fitness models on TikTok for that. Filming dudes in the gym and calling them creeps. Yeah. That's a trend that needs to die really fast. I find it extremely difficult to lose weight when I've been overweight since I was little. Yeah. So many have thyroid issues that are hard to diagnose. That's also a problem as well. Go ahead, Jirari.
I think as far as like society norms and stuff when it comes to body type, excuse me, I think what it comes down to is it's just like that's just the new norm now. Like I believe BuzzFeed did a really awesome video on women's ideal bodies throughout history. And the reason why I like that video is because it did show all of these different sized women. And I think it's interesting because at first I thought maybe it's just some little propaganda that they're trying to say, oh, everybody is beautiful. And what I mean by that, I mean, they're trying, because like I said, there were women that were like huge and there were women that were very like scrawny. But when I did when I actually researched it without using BuzzFeed, apparently it's true. At one point during the Italian Renaissance era, which was like I think the 1600s, I think the ideal woman was large and like super large and curvy. That was considered the ideal body that men wanted. I mean, look at the 60s when Twiggy was big. Like women who were underweight were the big thing. In the 90s, skinny women came back and they called it the heroin era, where it looked like where women looked like they were on drugs, like the grunge era, the punk era, dark circles, super skinny, that was considered hot. And when you look at today's ideal women, even women can't achieve it because most of it is plastic surgery. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if you look at like Sports Illustrated models, even women who are skinny, they're still photoshopped to the max. Like
Yep.
that means the photographer and photo editor believe that this woman who's already got this, what society would call a plus body, they still have to manipulate and make her look skinny because she's still considered too fat for their magazine, that they have to make her waist even smaller. And I feel that's the one thing that I always tell myself, and with men as well. It's like, okay, sure, I can understand that I'm never gonna be perfect like this guy, but this guy's also been photoshopped, so even he's clearly not perfect enough to be on magazines. I think women have it worse because, you like I said, Sports Illustrated models are usually women who are, have healthy bodies, they have, or ideally they have healthy bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And even when their photos are being taken, they're being retouched. They're like their waistlines are getting smaller, their ribs are being more like it's like they're removing ribs from them, and I'm like, they're already skinny. You just made them lose like an additional 10 pounds. Why? They
And the,
clearly aren't pretty enough to be natural on their photos.
and
But
the
yeah,
thing
as far as, oh, go ahead.
and the thing is, being skinny doesn't mean that you're healthy either.
I think healthy and unhealthy, like, I don't get me wrong, I believe that people who are like super obese are not healthy, but I also think people who are underweight are also not healthy because I've been every size. I've been bulimic to the point where my rib cage was showing. I was closer to death when I was at my skinniest than when I was at my heaviest. I think beauty should be at every size, but I also believe people who are normal can have concerns. I think
Exactly.
anybody does not. You could be any body size and still be unhealthy.
Yep. That's the whole point. Was what I was trying to say. Is that
Yeah.
regardless if you're
Yeah.
fat, you're skinny, you're normal, you're muscular, you're chunky, it doesn't matter. Beauty means of what you're comfortable with in your own body. It doesn't have to meet societal's needs of what, could be considered like, what's her name? Kylie Jenner, or what's her face? Paris
Kim?
Hilton or Kim
Oh,
Kardashian
Paris.
or whatever. You don't need
Yeah,
to
well,
be
keep in
fake.
mind they had to pay money to get the ideal society hotness.
You don't need to be fake to be beautiful. And that's the point I'm trying to say. Don't hold yourself or other people to unnecessary, insane, and inhumane beauty standards. Because in the end, when we all die and we go to ground or when we get cremated or whatever, we all look the same in the end. So honestly, just be comfortable with who and what you are, and don't adjust yourself to what society deems considered beautiful. And you know your body better than anybody else. You know your health. If you need to lose a few pounds, that's on you. If you need to gain more weight and gain a little bit more muscle, that's on you. That has nothing to do with society and how they view you. That's a you thing. I'm comfortable with my body now, with the exception of the shit that I'm going through with potential cancer stuff again. But I am fine with being a thick woman. I'm fine with being a curvy woman. I will never ever be under the size that I am now, probably for the rest of my life. And I'm okay with that. I'm not going to fight the inevitable. There's no point. That's a waste of money, a waste of resources, and a waste of time. I'm not going to be somebody who I'm not. I'm not going to be somebody who I am not. And like Sansula said, Marilyn Monroe was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world. She was not a 0. She was a 12. And that back then was thick. Okay. Welcome back, Krim.
Mae West in the 1920s and 30s. Mae West was not like, she was a sex symbol, and if, like I don't know if you guys know Mae West, but Mae West, she wasn't by any means beautiful, or like she, like not beautiful in the sense she wasn't conventionally attractive. Well, this was when women were desired to be like literally almost masculine, like super thin, super
Mhm.
small chest. You know, the silent movie era when women were twigs, like olive oil from Popeye, that was considered the ideal body. Mae West, she was not that. She was plus size. She was also a lot older than a lot of these women. She started her celebrity style at the age of 35, almost like 36. And she was also like a size, I think a size 7. Yeah, she wasn't beautiful by society standards, but she was a sex symbol. She made sex fun in the 1920s,
Yep. I'm an 18.
you know?
I'm a size 18 to 20, depending on where the outfit fits on the boobs or the butt. Depends. Depends on the brand. But I don't consider myself beauty. I don't consider myself beautiful. I don't consider myself
Oh.
pretty. And that's okay. And welcome
I'm
back,
sorry, I
Gold.
don't know. I don't know my sizes. Sorry, I don't know dress sizes. No, I'm sorry. Mae West was an 18. She was a size
Yeah.
18. She was a
Yeah.
size 14 though, because she would wear she had custom corsets to make herself have like an hourglass body.
Yep.
But she was a size 18. She was plus size, and an 18 size 18 in the 1920s. That woman would have been considered like mega morbidly obese and ugly, but
Yep.
she made it worse. Oh, not work. She made it work. Yep, she was a size 18. I'm sorry. I was wrong. She was a size 18.
You're an A cup. Oh my God, Krim. We're not talking about cup sizes here, honey.
I think the idea of the whole thing was there is a society, like an ideal body of what society paints, and like I said, in today's era for men it's usually being buff, having muscles, you know, a nice clean trim. They don't like men being like super feminine. Like, men get laughed at when they do skincare. It's something that's always going to be made fun of during our lifetime, I feel. But in this era, men who are like built are considered the ideal, and women who have, you know, like big chest, big butt, super small, tiny, like Kim Kardashian's body. Kim, as much as I hate to say this, as an Armenian, Kim Kardashian is technically the ideal female body, and the it's the idea of, you know, lip fillers, breast implant, plastic surgery. Plastic is what society finds hot.
Fake,
But I
fake,
think what
fake.
people exactly. It's pretty much spending your money on gym memberships or plastic surgery for men and women. But I think what people need to understand is, I feel if you ever feel down, first of all, remember, keep in mind all of these celebrities that have these ideal bodies and stuff. First off, remember they're always being photoshopped regardless. So
Yep.
even they're not considered perfect. They need work done to look perfect. Like, again,
Mhm.
Kim Kardashian needs to be photoshopped like crazy to look hot, even though she technically already looks good. But I always tell people everybody's body type is still going to be respected and admired by somebody else in this world. Like, if you ever feel down because you don't, because you're too heavy, or because you're too like underweight, you don't have enough fat on your body, understand that your body is still considered attractive to other people in this world. It might not meet society's standards or the ideal body, but it's still going to be loved and respected by somebody. Everybody's
Mhm.
body will be loved and respected. If you ever feel bad about your physical appearance, I still think that people should love somebody for their personality, or, you know, their heart. As cliche as that sounds, it's the one thing that will never change. You know, bodies change, you know, things like that. As we get older, we'll gain weight, we'll lose weight, we'll get wrinkles. But if you're like always insecure about the way you look, your aesthetics will always please somebody else, you know, because what one
Exactly.
person finds attractive,
Mhm.
others will disagree with.
Taking case, Ali, for instance. Y'all remember Ali? The one that had so much plastic surgery to try to look like a K-pop idol member?
Yes.
Yeah. People like him are going to be the ones who are going to be very insecure about their looks and are always going to be worried about how they look according to the public eye. But Ollie also has some psychological problems too that he needs to work on as well. I've been on this earth for a bit. I've noticed some things over the years. The size of clothes has changed. An XL today is not the same as XL 20 years ago. That's true. That is very
I'm
true.
sorry. In Korea, I'm sorry, Nuna, but don't women like if a woman in Korea had a size 2 dress in America, wouldn't she be considered like obese?
Yes, Asian
Because that's too
sizes.
big.
Asian sizes are like one size fits all scenarios over here. If you're not an Asian with an Asian body, you are considered obese regardless of where you come from. That's just how
Yeah, I'm like,
Asian sizes work because most Asians have a standard body type. And that's always been following the genetics. So once you're out of that hemisphere of Asian sizes, you're considered big regardless of where and what you are in the world. That's just how it is. In American terms, I am between an L and an XL. Asian standards, I am a 5XL. 5XL. I am cachunculus.
So work went from U.S. standards for these smocks to buying them from China.
Ugh.
I went from a 2X smock to a 6X.
Yeah, see how big they make you feel?
it's okay, I'm a 7XL in China and Korea standard. It's like I lost weight. I've been losing weight, and it's
Sensual.
like, oh my god, I can finally afford this. And then I look at it, it's like, you're a 7XL. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yes. So if you ever want to feel fat, try switching your size to Asian size. Then you'll see the big difference in comparison to a normal Asian body figure versus your own body figure. Then you'll realize how big you really are compared to the rest of them. I am
Nuna, I
like
feel
in by the doctor standards here in Korea, there's the spectrum of like, healthy, obese, and then, the rest of it. In Asia, I'm considered beyond morbidly obese. Like I should be dead according to the doctor records right now. According to
That's
them, I should
crazy.
be dead. So yeah, their standards are not universal, and same thing with Asian sizes. They are not universal. They're one size fits all territory here. Is that how they measure the peens too? Don't even get me started on that, Sansuo. They illegalized this, or they didn't illegalize it, but they banned doing this hand gesture in public. And this started with an anime that was created by Koreans. And there was a group of men here who was like, you know what? This is an offensive gesture to us. We feel highly offended. So we're going to make a petition of 500,000 people. And they sent it up to our Blue House. And the president at the time was like, yeah, I can see your gripe with it. We're going to go ahead and sign it. And then basically the anime got banned from all streaming services in this country, even though it was created by Koreans. And this hand gesture is now considered taboo and basically banned in public because they felt like the anime offended the tininess of their peens. That's a true story. Fact check me. You can look it up right now. Google that shit right now and it's fact checked. It's true. That story made national headlines over here in Korea. They made sure that we knew that this hand gesture was considered taboo over here now. Police over here, majority of them do not carry pew-pews. They carry nightsticks. Some carry tasers. It's the military police are the ones that carry the pew-pews. That's it. And some people in this country can have pew-pews for hunting purposes, but the way they have to secure said pew-pews is very strict. And if you don't adhere to that, you get the license for it taken away completely and you'll never be able to carry one again. But only military and military police are the ones who carry them here, as well as specific hunters to cull the wild boars and stuff. Well, they're not going to enforce it. Police are never good at enforcing laws here in this country, Sansuo. There may be a law about it, but they don't have the manpower or the power itself to arrest somebody for that. The power to arrest lies within the prosecution office. They're the ones that hand down the arrest warrants. Police can't arrest you. They don't really have the arresting powers unless it's authorized by the prosecution office. Because that's just how it works here. Because a couple years ago, police had the authority to be able to do what they want. And let's just say Korea, when it comes to solutions, they don't find a middle ground. They go to extreme solutions of things. So they're like, you know what? We're going to take all the powers of the police and we're going to give it right back to the prosecution office. So arresting powers, SWAT powers, hostage situations, domestic violence problems, all of that, prosecution has to okay it first before the police can actually do anything. So police here are more respondents. They're more reactive than they are proactive, if that makes any sense. They literally do not have any type of legislative power for anything. They're kind of like peacekeepers. They can pull apart a drunken fight, but they do not have the powers to arrest. They just pull them apart and put them in opposite directions. That's as much as they can do. Anything else beyond that, they have to get permission to do something. So they're just peacekeepers. They're glorified peacekeepers. They're babysitters, in other words. That's all the power that they have here. And that you can also fact check as well. But yeah, it's kind of sad. Let's see. You feel beard culture is overdone these days as a part of male beauty? You prefer a good, clean shave and looking young? Again, beauty standards, they change from time to time. At one time point or another, everybody went crazy over men and beards. Now, some men, they like to be clean shaven because they look younger. So if you want to look younger, you go clean shaven. If you want to look older, you put some facial hair on that. Again, I don't really have a preference. I don't really care if you have facial hair or no facial hair. As long as you're comfortable with it on your body, that's all that matters.
I've tried many times to grow out a beard.
Yeah, some people just don't have the genetics or the
Okay.
proper hormones to be able to fully grow a proper beard.
It's called 3 weeks, and it just feels like I have pubes on my face.
Oh. Beards are
Oh,
still
I
a big
can
thing
grow
here
my
in
space too big.
Texas. Let me tell you, Texans, they got a lot to compensate for, Krim. Just saying. Not everything is big in Texas. Just saying. You like for your face to be warm? That makes sense. I like for my face to be smooth. But hormones make that hard. Good thing you're leaving Texas. Let's see. I have another question / statement. In Texas, there's only one acceptable beard to have, the Walker Texas Ranger beard. Yeah, I can see that. All right, so my next statement is geared towards the confusion that I have here. So there is a big community of people who hate on women for being a book talker or for liking erotica. Now, for those of you who don't know what erotica is basically a book, a novel of basically smut writing. It's basically porn on paper. Now, I've noticed a lot of people going onto like Instagram and TikToks and social medias claiming that it's improper for women to be reading these erotica books. But on the other hand, it's okay for men to visually watch porn. So their argument is already a fallacy because they're saying, oh, it's okay for men to be sexually curious, but for women, it's not okay for them to be sexually curious. And that's a trend that's been going on for about a little more than a year and a half now, since Book Talk became like they skyrocketed on Instagram and TikTok. But I've noticed a lot of men and a lot of conservative men and women are dumping on women being able to enjoy these dark erotica and erotica books. But it's okay for men to kind of willy-nilly watch porn without a problem. So I'm like, why is this a problem? Why can't women also enjoy porn in a different entertainment way? For some of us, we are more, we like to use our imagination more so than just visually watching. Willy-nilly was a good phrase. Thank you. But it just doesn't make sense of all the hate that a lot of women are getting for just wanting to enjoy reading erotica in peace. It's not bothering you. It's not like I just don't get the hate. So if it's okay to watch porn, why can't you enjoy it through other medias? Why does it have to be just visual? Why is it so bad to put it in book form? Why is it bad for women to be able to enjoy it? It makes no sense. You're pro
Sexual reasons.
Uh-huh.
It's for sexual reasons. It's the whole reason why, like, why do women have to always worry about their looks? Why is it that women can't do? It's the whole idea of like, why can't women do stuff that men do? It's because
Right?
men don't like that. That's weird, and we don't agree with that.
It just doesn't
It's
make
because
any
you're
sense.
women. You shouldn't. Like, I don't know how men can defend that when they say that. It's like, what, men are women? Like, when they say that, it's like, so what? You're saying only men are like, I don't know. To me, it's like women can't do it because men do it. It's okay. Women do it. It's perverted and gross.
It's basically every time I hear a hater comment about, women being in the wrong for reading a book about sex, I picture Gaston at the moment that he's like, women read books? You read? It's like that very moment when Belle was trying to explain to Gaston that she was reading and that she didn't want to be bothered. And then Gaston was like, women read? She's educated? Shocker. It's that same thing. I get that visual every single time. And it's sad
This
that
is
there's
also
so
the
much
same
hate.
sex, Nuna.
I know. It's
This,
just,
this is the same sex that believed women were witches and would burn them. Just saying.
yeah, I don't get the hate. Porn and erotica are the same thing. They're just in different media forms for consumption. That's it. Hey, Reaper. When you hear Jar Jar talking all dumb and top, I get the icky feels just saying, oh my god. Jirare, I think you need to bring your whip out and bring this bottom to shape.
I don't need a whip. I can use my fists.
Oh.
I won't speak for all the gentlemen, but I, for one, watch One Reason to get off as fast as possible. Women get deep into these books, and men feel like women get a false expectation of what. See, now that becomes a confidence and projection issue. That's something men should not be doing, is projecting their insecurities onto the women. Now, there's a lot of hate, especially right now with the dark erotica books. The ones where the women's are getting kidnapped. Or there's like group situations where they're forced to have sex with a group of men. And a lot of these men are now concerned and jealous that the book boyfriend has become more important than them. That's a
I feel
projection
like what-
issue. That's a them issue. That is not the woman issue. That's his issue that he needs to solve himself. And I
feel
get
like
it.
what a lot of people fail to
I've-
think about is like it's easier to distinguish like that a book isn't real because you're just reading it on a piece of paper than when you're watching it. Like I feel like that can give higher expectations because you're like, oh, I can physically see it, it must be real, it must be possible. Whereas if we're reading it, we can still distinguish like, oh, that it's a book, this probably isn't possible still. We leave it up to our imagination. That's what probably makes it better. So it's our own thoughts that make the book even better rather than just what it actually is.
Yeah, it's I think the thing
fantasy.
is I just don't get the hate. Allow people to enjoy the content they want to enjoy without you sticking your nose into the situation. If she wants to have a dark romantic imagination with her book boyfriend, let her. It's the same as a guy imagining that he's fucking that girl in the porn video he's watching. It's the same ideology, it's just different genders. And I think people need to let go of that problem they have of control and of projecting their problems onto other people. They need to let that go because that's a problem. It's healthy to sexually experiment. It's healthy. It is not a bad thing. Okay?
I feel men are just afraid to give women men to me I feel are afraid to give women equal views, equal rights and everything because I feel that at the end of the day men fear. Like I feel it's out of fear. Like I still think majority of men are afraid of women because when women ever heaven like to them it's like heaven forbid women get power and like that's it. The male race is dead. I mean, that's what Andrew Tate, everyone who like everybody knows who Andrew Tate is. If you don't, he's basically a world-renowned sexist who I'm still surprised gets women, even though he looks like an expired almond. But hey, you know, women are into that. Anyway, like he always said that his biggest fear is giving women equal rights will be the day women rise and take over being the greater sex. And I'm thinking to myself, they already are. They're the reason why the human race hasn't been extinct is because of women, you know? Like, yeah, men help, but women are the ones who do all the work. You know, it's like heaven forbid we give women like to him, he's just afraid. Like people like that are afraid of women. They are afraid that women will get power if we give them equal rights. So we need to do everything in our powers to make sure that they feel inferior. They are like, you know, they're judged, they're like criticized way more than men to make sure that they know their place. And I'm not saying that as me, I'm just saying that's how I feel men see women. A lot of men see women. They want to make sure that they know their place. And I'm using air quotes by making them feel inferior, like they are the inferior sex.
Yep. Reaper says, I was going to use the word fist as a comeback, but I won't. All right,
Reaper wouldn't know what to do if I was shaking it in his face. He'd probably cry and run away.
No, he would come on spot. Just saying.
Then he'd run away and cry.
I saw that comment earlier, Sansuo. Let me try that in half of my thought. As far as I'm concerned, watch and read what you want. If you want dark, we can do dark. I think it's more of videos pretty much got to be in private. And books can be read anywhere, anytime, because if you walk by someone reading, you aren't looking at them really. That's true. And people are prudes. Yeah, that is also very true. Yes. Andrew Tate looks like an expired almond mated with Gollum from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
He looks bad coming out of that prison. Prison did him dirty. And it's karma. It's karma in the end. Because people like Andrew Tate who throw around the word alpha. Alphas don't need to say or prove that they're alphas. They just are. They just exist. It's kind of sad that people like Andrew Tate exist because he's living proof that there's a lot of people in this world who have a lot of projection issues and they have a lot of insecurities that they're blaming on everybody else, like a serial killer blaming his victim for being pretty, or a serial killer blaming his victim for the serial killer being a homosexual when he's so repressed and bent on repressing that feeling. He blames his victim. Andrew Tate is no different. He really is no different.
Andrew Tate looks like Pitbull if he had a baby with Pitbull.
I think 50 Shades screwed up a lot of things. We did talk about that on a BDSM podcast a couple years ago, where fan fiction getting published should be such as fan fiction only. Fiction is fiction, but people took 50 Shades to the literal sense that they believed that's how the BDSM community worked, and we kind of sort of proved them wrong. Fan fictions don't necessarily need people to research or to provide valid, correct information. So a lot of people kind of took it for its word, and that's what they thought, and the BDSM community got a bad rap for it. And we had to prove that the BDSM community is not abrasive and abusive like the way that the dude in the book was, because we are all about consent 100% every single moment of the way. And that consent is key, and communication is key in all sorts of relationships and situations. And we emphasize that greatly. The whole gray person in 50 Shades of Grey was just an adult version of what we called Twilight. That's essentially how we compared the books. It's a fan fiction of Twilight in a different parallel universe that didn't involve vampires and teenagers. It was an adult version of it. And it didn't go out so well. A lot of people enjoyed the books for what it was. It's just a book. It's fiction. But a lot of people use that as like a manual. And that's not how it's supposed to be done. You got to keep fiction as fiction. If you want a manual about BDSM and its community, go to the non-fiction section. That's the reality, the realism aspect of things. I think people need to re-educate themselves the differences between fiction and reality, fiction and non-fiction. Whatever happens in fiction books is fiction. It's not real. It's not meant to be real. It's not meant to be a play-by-play book. It's fiction. That's exactly what the word fiction is. It's not of this real reality. It's not the real world. Whereas non-fiction, usually they're fact-checked. Usually they have scientific and academic research and scholarly research. There's the bibliography for your resources and your sources that you pull information from. Those are the types of books that you would pull from if you want stuff. If you want a manual of some sort, like, 101 Dummies for BDSM or something. Those are the kinds of books that you use, not 50 Shades of Grey as an excuse or as an example. Let's see. Where else? I wouldn't cry. I would just run away. Probably bite. All right, Reaper. I'm expecting a front row ticket to this event between you and Jirare. The more you project, the more it shows. You're trying to convince yourself more than anyone. That's true. And if you're ugly on the inside, it's going to show on the outside. Hey, don't make fun of Mr. Worldwide. Consent is sexy, as I've always stated from the beginning. Consent is sexy. It's important. Even for non-con situations, for consensual, non-consensual situations, that still requires consent and communication. That's just how it is.
A whole lot of trust.
Yep. I enjoyed the books for the actual story. Same Pika, great story, and 18+ content is a great bonus. I mean, yeah. And I'm reading so many more naughty books. Oh my gosh, the naughty book list on my list keeps growing. FetLife is a great source for BDSM to an extent.
I didn't like it so much. I tried it once and I didn't like what I found.
Yeah, it's there's going to be some bad apples in any situation, in any kind of kink. You just got to be able to learn how to filter out the crap in order to get to the good resources. I honestly would go talk to people who are actual DOMs, who are actual, people who are involved in the BDSM community, because their experience is more helpful than going to things like FetLife. Because there's going to be some bad apples in there. Ooh, excuse me. I keep finding more because my best friend Stacy keeps adding more to the Kindle. Girl, I got so many more to read. It's insane. And I got the ones that Chim Chim's going to send me too. Oh, yeah, I've run into one bad apple yourself. Yeah, there's always going to be a couple bad apples here and there. But that's just how it is. But yeah. Speaking of toxic men like Andrew Tate, I have another question. And this is probably going to be for the people who are insecure. For some men, why is washing your ass or anything to do with your butt considered gay? Like how? And I pulled this
'Cause
question.
I like it too much.
I pulled this question from an interview I saw with a man interviewing random men in America. And the question was, how often do you wash your ass? Of the 20 or so people that he interviewed, 16 out of 20 of them have said they do not actually go back there to wash their ass in the bath or shower.
You?
The number one reason, because it feels gay.
I feel like that's just an
How do you know what
insecurity
gay
thing.
feels like? That's
Now, tell me you're insecure without telling me you're insecure. Like,
I mean, I would hope that a woman would be. I mean, I feel that also reflects how women must be okay with men's butts being dirty.
mm-hmm.
Because I feel that means that women are okay with it because straight men don't have to do anything. Like what?
sorry. I gotta clean those dingleberries off.
Right? It makes no sense how insecure some people are about their masculinity that they have to say, oh, anything touching my ass is considered gay. They
I
said they
feel
don't
these
like
are
it.
also- These are probably the men who also like their women to pick them.
Basically, yeah. So I found that interview quite interesting. You can actually find that interview on YouTube. I forgot the handler's name, but he did interview a bunch of random men, and the majority of their answers were because it felt gay. They actually don't
Yeah,
wipe their ass when they shit.
Exactly. I would think wiping their butt when after they take a shit would be more gay than fucking washing their ass in a shower.
Yeah.
Like I said, I feel that's an insult to not only the men. Like if men, I feel that means that women are okay with this.
Yeah. And that's the confusing aspect because
Yeah,
the
I-
interviewer was like, huh? I wasn't expecting these kinds of answers. He was literally
I
just
mean-
going to be asking, how often. He asked how often. He didn't ask how it felt. He asked, how often do you wash your ass in the shower? He was asking the amount of times you wash. He was not asking how it felt or how gay it felt. But these guys came up and were like, we don't wash because it feels gay. And you can see the flabbergasting. His flabbers have been truly gasted, the interviewer. Because he's like, that's not what I asked, but okay. Yeah, projection, exactly. Same thing goes with the use of a bidet, true. You'd love a bidet. It would be an adjustment, but so much cleaner. It's true. I particularly don't like it because it doesn't aim where I need it to aim. I know that's a bit TMI, but it doesn't work on chunky people like me on an Asian toilet. It misses everything vital. And you can't adjust or control the aim of the water either. So, it is what it is. I'll stick to my toilet paper for now. Yeah, it is gross. So that was an interesting question that I wanted to put out there, and a statement that I wanted to put out there for people to acknowledge and notice that some men think that wiping or cleaning their butts is considered gay. There are people out there who are like that, guys. So I'm opening your eyes to the realm of stupidity.
I wonder how they feel about having a poop. Like, because surely if cleaning yourself is gay, then going to the toilet must be even worse.
Hey, if men like to poop, that's also gay, apparently.
Apparently so. All right. So, another question I have, and this is probably going to hit some of the incels out there in the world right now. Why that when women reject men, they're saying, "Oh, I never liked you anyways, you're fat and ugly." Why is that always the come back to statement for when you handle rejection? If you were never interested in the person to begin with, why bother them calling them fat and ugly if you thought they were attractive to begin with? You really think that's the best comeback that you can come up with for the rejection? I've been watching a lot of Am I the Asshole Reddit stories, and then on top of that, on the crazy the good guys scenarios, like nice guys kind of situations. It's fascinating to see how quick everything goes with rejection when they say, "Oh, you're just fat and ugly. I don't want a bitch like you," blah 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 and whatnot. It's fascinating how much of a spiral it quickly descends when it comes to rejection. Just handle rejection better. The incels out there, handle it better. It's fascinating how much you want women, but you hate them at the same time. You can't have your cake and eat it at the same time in this instance. Just handle rejection gracefully. Be like, "Oh, okay, maybe she's not the right one. Okay, there's a silver lining in that. That means she's not the one. It's okay. There's going to be somebody else out there for me. I'll just continue trudging on and find another girl." It's really honestly not that hard. Yeah, it hurts. It stings. But it's not the end of the world. And it's not the other person's fault that they're not attracted to you. We're attracted to what we are attracted to. That's not anybody else's fault. You have your preferences and your specific preferences. And if somebody doesn't meet that preference, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not Armageddon. Just pick up yourself, brush it off, and move on. I don't understand the incels in this world who are so hateful and angry, and this goes for some misandrists as well, how they're so angry at the other gender, but still want them at the same time. That love-hate relationship is confusing. And I'm like, why even bother trying to be with somebody if you hate them so much? It just doesn't make any sense. If you hate people that much, just be solo for the rest of your life. Oh my gosh. Now I'm hungry because now I want cake.
Yeah, it does sound good.
Cake sounds good right about now. I want a creamy carrot cheesecake right now.
I don't mind what cake I get as long as it's juicy and creamy.
I don't
Juicy,
think
juicy.
we're talking about the same kind of cake, honey.
I mean, I did mean the edible kind because I'm hungry, but
Uh-huh.
I think my brain's also gone in different directions.
Chocolate cake with fudge icing on the inside.
That sounds good.
These non-ass wipers better not get a prostate exam. They don't get a prostate exam. They don't. Because they're scared it would make them gay. Remember, being gay is the end of the world. It's the worst thing that could happen to you. It's so silly. You like to also eat some of that alternative cake as well. Alternative cake? I've never called it that before. The funny thing is, if we ask why they're attracted to us after insulting us, their response will be something stupid, like, "I felt sorry for you." Yeah. I have a PTS story about that. The very first boyfriend I ever had was actually my senior year of high school. No, junior year. He was a senior. I don't consider him my boyfriend. I don't consider him on the boyfriend list. He pity dated me for 3 months because I was the only woman in school who was a virgin. He broke up with me on the 3rd month and said, I pitied you. You felt like I felt like you needed a man in your life to show you what you're missing. His words, not mine. And that broke me for a long time, which is why I didn't date or start dating until about my 2nd year of college. Because the quality of men that I was surrounded by in that area in Virginia, not good people. This is why I didn't have my first kiss, or I didn't lose my V card until a little bit later in life, because that man broke my confidence. Is it true that if you don't do the deed in over 2 years, you get your V card back? Well, if that was the case, I'm a virgin again. I'm a reborn virgin right now. Sounds like he was missing his brain cells. It was I found out later, it was a bet he had with his friends to see if I would say yes and how far I'd be willing to go with him. So I was the victim of a prank, a very bad dating prank in high school. Sounds like he needs a reality check. Yep. High fives, Nuna, again, because we're reborn virgins. Yeah, I'm a reborn virgin again. All right. Another statement / question I have. Unsolicited D-pics. Why is this a thing, and why do you think women are attracted to D-pics? Because from the perspective of someone who has received hundreds of dick pics in her life, I find them unattractive, and they look like giant or small worms depending on your perspective. And I just kind of send back a cheese grater with a hot dog being grated. And there's nothing anatomically attractive about a D. I'm sorry, guys. It's the same way you see vajayjays. There's nothing visually attractive about it. It's
Look,
just
it's a cloister.
it's an organ. That's all it is. It's not going to be like, oh, that is the best looking thing on the planet. Oh my God. Especially when it's not asked for. If it's asked for, that's a whole different story. Okay? But unsolicited, the very first moment you say hi in the message, boom. There's one standing right in front of you. Completely erect. The flush tower is right there. What are we supposed to do about the picture? Am I supposed to judge it? Am I supposed to give you a rating? Am I supposed to get so horny that I'm just going to drop everything now and go to where you are? It doesn't work like that, psychologically speaking, from the female's perspective. We don't really feel aroused at the sight of an unsolicited one. Hey, Tony. So the thing is, why do some men, let me reiterate, why do some men think that sending unsolicited D-pics is okay? And what kind of response do they expect from us? Because there's not much that we women can do with an unsolicited dick pic. It's just a picture.
I mean, if they send it to the wrong person, like someone who's not exactly age appropriate for it, I could see that backfiring for men, definitely.
It just that the psychology of it doesn't make any sense, because we women in general, we don't react the way men expect us to react for it.
Again, it's probably because men see women as inferior and they feel they could do whatever they want to them. If they want to send them, like if they want to send them dick pics, they'll do it.
It makes no sense. Psychologically speaking, we women, we don't go off feral when we see an unsolicited one. It's not an expectation. We want a little bit of a repertoire with you before we start seeing each other's bodily anatomies, you know? We're more of like, hey, how are you? How you been? You know, how's your day been? What have you been up to? You know, build the suspense, not immediate go, bam, flesh tower in your face. What you gonna do about it now?
Some men don't want to talk. They want to get straight to the point. They want to get straight to the point.
You just,
Yuka.
it's, there's an old meme that I found where a man can be, you know, doing his thing while he's sexting a woman, and a woman could literally be cleaning her dishes or doing her laundry while she's sexting back with the man. It's not necessarily the same thing. So it's interesting to see the differences in our chemistry, especially in our brains, when it comes to the expectation versus the response of receiving an unsolicited pic. It's like we don't just automatically drop down to our knees and pleasure ourselves when we get an unsolicited D pic in our messages. We don't have that drive or that urge to be like, oh my God, it's the best looking one ever. I gotta pleasure myself now and pretend that it's that, you know. There's I guess the level of horniness is different, and men think that women will do the same thing they're doing when they send the picture? Question mark. I don't know. But again, the bottom line is consent is sexy. Ask the girl or the dude if he wants a D pic of you. Ask first. And if they say no, it's okay. Move on to somebody else who would rather appreciate it more than the person who doesn't want a good old D pic in their picture or in their face. It's not the dick you have a connection with, it's the person. Exactly. As an old Flash animation says, I don't want to know your name. All I want it to do is bang, bang, bang. Call me old fashioned, but I don't want a person to be in my life if they're sending out nudes. You do you, but that's if what you're into. You can send them elsewhere. Exactly. The unsolicited part is what gets me. The first thing you say is hi, bam. I'm like, we need more substance in this conversation. I know guys do it just to be able to get their rocks off. I get it. That's the whole purpose. But what do you expect women to do with the picture? It's like we see what you're working with. Okay, great. What now? What do you want us to say? What do you want us to do? Most of us typically, when we receive those unsolicited pics, we're over here doing something else. We're not about to drop everything that we're doing just to be able to help you pleasure yourself. At least the smart ones don't do that. No, seriously, it makes no sense with the unsolicited portion. You don't see very often being reported that women will send unsolicited vajayjays into your DMs. I'm sure men would love that. But you don't hear that many stories about women doing the same thing men do when it comes to unsolicited photos. Interesting perspective to put into place. You kind of feel like society is pretty far gone at this point, almost so far that it's lost. Yeah, that's true. Again, you don't hear that often, Krim. Men or other people don't report it as much about women as women do about men. Uh-oh, Jirari, did Reaper do something in your DMs? Did something happen? You don't hear that because most men want them?
No.
See? That's the big difference. Let's see. Here's a fun one for some people. helicoptering your manhood. Doesn't it hurt? Because helicoptering boobs hurts a hell of a lot. So men who do the helicoptering, why you do it and how does it feel?
Funnily enough, I've never tried it, and I don't actually think I've ever seen anybody do it before either. And part of me is really curious, and part of me doesn't want to know because I feel like it's just too painful.
Exactly.
It's because we want to learn. It's because we want to see if we can fly. No, I don't know anybody who does that. I don't know anybody who does that.
Because I know some people are curious and they do it and they're like, oh, this is cool. But I've heard of people helicoptering before and they were like, well, it's fun. It hurts a little, but it's fun. And I'm like, okay, cool. I wish I could experience something like that too, but I don't have a flippy floppy between my legs to be able to attempt a helicopter with. Try it, Jay. I want to know. Oh my goodness. Drop the animation in your
You know
DM.
what?
I will check it out after stream if I can.
I might just so I can report back to say what it's like. Research purposes.
Yes, research purposes. It's an alternative fun way to dry it off after a shower. I bet it is. Kind of like a dog shaking all the water off its fur kind of thing. It's not going to be the same, Krim, because it's not attached to me. That's the difference. A strap-on is a completely different feeling. It's not a part of me. And do you really think I can find one here in Korea?
That sounds like a fun challenge.
I'm not about to spend a wild goose chase trying to find the best sex shops in Korea because they're all pretty vanilla. Not gonna lie.
That's boring.
I think the most kinkiest thing they have is the BDSM outfits, the dominatrix outfit and the other outfit for the men. That's it. That's as kinky as they go here. All the dildos and the vibrators and stuff are very basic, very minimal.
Sounds a bit like my ex.
Mm-hmm. And I have gone to a couple of these unmanned sex shops. They're basically like giant vending machines. And it's basically controlled by the security camera 24/7. And you literally go in, you can press the button that you want, put in your money or your credit card, and boom, it'll drop out whatever item that you want, and then you can go free without judgment. There's no person there monitoring anything. So you can go in there and walk judgment free. But there'll be some picketers out in front of like the major sex shops here in Korea. You know, the crazy religious zealots that be like, sex is a sin. And how'd you get here? That's good. There's going to be a lot of crazy religious zealots and cult behaviors here in this country. But I've been to a couple of them. I went to a couple with my girlfriends that I had here at the time. And we were just kind of curious to see what the unmanned sex shop would be like. And we were kind of sort of disappointed. Because at one point they had like the crop, they had like the whip, and then the BDSM outfits in one. Then they had different types of condoms and lubricants in one. Then they had a couple of vibrators in one, a couple of dildos in one, and a couple of cock rings and various other butt plugs in the other one. And that was it. That's as far as they go. But they're very basic, minimal, vanilla objects. There's no like extra kinky fetishes or any type of thing that's attached to any of the stuff. I think it was called Redbox is another sex shop here that I know of. I haven't gone to yet because it's like all the way downtown. That's like 2 hours away from me. And I'm not about to get off my ass just to travel 2 hours to go there and take a look a little bit in the small shop and then 2 hours back to home. That's a whole day experience. So not the Fappy Bird vibe? Nope, definitely not. They're not as creative with theirs here, Gold. Korea is still, even beyond Japan, Korea is still one of the sexless countries in the world. Many of them just don't have the time for sexy time. A lot of them also, because of the gender war that we have here, A lot of them are refusing sex outright with their partners. A lot of them are refusing to date. They're fine with being they're fine and happy being solo and single. This gender war over here is a lot bigger than most people think it is, and it's being downplayed by the media because the government thinks that throwing people money is going to help, or to lower the amount of hours we work per week is going to help. That is only a symptom of the bigger problem. It's the way men view women here in this country. That's the problem. And they just won't fix it. They won't educate their men here. It's still a highly patriarchal society over here, where men have the final say in everything, including our health. So it's a big problem. And sex shops here are very far and few between, because sex is considered a taboo topic in this country. There is no sex ed, by the way, either. The most they get far taught is abstinence and what is good touch versus bad touch. I would know because I had a random experience one day where I had to teach good touch and bad touch in my broken Korean, broken English to an entire audience full of 1,200 students in the auditorium. Randomly one day, my co-teacher was like, here, classes are canceled for the day. You have an auditorium to go to. Here's the little pamphlet here, and there's a PowerPoint presentation with the clicker. Teach them good touch, bad touch. And I'm like, I'm not qualified for this shit. Nowhere in my teacher manual did it say that I had to be in charge of a good touch, bad touch scenario here. But yeah, the lack of education here is astounding. Most men here don't know what a vagina is. Most people here don't know the parts of the vagina or the uterus or what happens to women during their periods. Men do not understand women here because they're not taught or educated about it.
To be fair, I barely got taught anything when I was in school. All I really got taught was like the use of contraceptives, and that was it. So anything I've learned since then has just been like word of mouth or experience or anything like that. So I'm like still sat here like I technically don't really know anything still. It's just whatever somebody tells me, I'm like, okay, that's just new knowledge to me now because there's nowhere else that I'm gonna find out.
Welcome back, Pika. Oh yeah, that's the situation. That's a crisis. It's an international crisis where people don't understand their other partner's bodies. I remember before I dropped out of sex ed to do my own research because the bullying was really bad when I was in school. The last thing I remember learning, they separated the boys and the girls. The first thing they taught us was how to do self-breast exams for breast cancer and stuff. And then the last thing I remember before I quit sex ed was how to put on a condom on a man, even though usually the men do that themselves. But they taught us how to put a condom on a banana. And I'm like, how is this helpful? We're not the ones who have the dick. How is this helpful for us?
Unless you're becoming a sex worker.
Yeah, true. But still, I was like, how is this useful? And then the day that I left, that I dropped out and opted out of sex ed, was the day that they offered the pregnancy video of a woman giving birth. And the boys in the class got pretty much really dirty. And a couple of them were bullying me, saying, do you have that much hair down there? Do you have a forest? Does your, vagina open up that wide? Are you that big? Would you shit on yourself when you give birth? So they got really dirty, real nasty, real badly. So I basically went home crying to my mom. I was like, I know I'm much more physically mature than everybody in my class because I hit puberty too early in life. And I was always getting picked on because I had, bigger boobs, than most women in the classes because they were still developing. And I had my period a lot earlier than everybody, and I had more body hair. So I was already self-conscious on top of being bullied by all the boys in school. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to talk to my PE teacher, because the PE teacher was the one who did sex ed. And I was like, is there a way I can opt out and go to the library by myself with the textbooks and study on my own and give you the homework assignments when I'm done? I was literally the only girl that did that for 3 years in elementary school. This was 4th, 5th, and 6th grade when I opted out. I had to experience that bullying in 4th grade. All because the boys could not handle what was happening in the videos and what happens in a female's body. I once had a woman put a condom on me with her mouth. Maybe that's what they were preparing us for? I don't know.
Can't imagine that would have tasted nice.
I don't think back at that time that they had flavored condoms. I wouldn't really know. I was a kid. This would have been back in the late 90s. I don't know if they had flavored condoms then. Who knows? But yeah, my history with sex ed class and school in general is pretty traumatizing. Most people wouldn't have been able to survive. Yes, they did. Good to know. So it probably would have tasted nice. Sticky? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the chemical component and everything changed over the years. Let's see. Next statement I have. It's not really a question, but more of a statement. For the gaming community.
Oh.
Why are toxic male gamers always on about female gamers existing? We do play games too, you know. It's not an inherent male thing to be a gamer. So why is it that when we go into games like Overwatch or Valorant or Call of Duty or whatever, and we open up our mic and we talk, the first things male gamers do in the toxic community is go make me a fucking sandwich.
I mean, you're playing toxic games. It's kind of part of your problem.
Yeah. But there is a Twitch streamer that I follow that posts like short snippets and stuff on Instagram, and she plays Valorant. And every single time she speaks or opens her mic or whatnot, I will say about 80%, 87% of the time, there's always going to be some young buck on there telling her to go fix her a fucking sandwich.
I think that's one of the reasons I ended up stop playing that game is because of things like that. Because I used to play with it was one of my female friends that got me into the game, and I was like, I only want to play with you because you help me out so much, and you're so helpful with like all the tips and stuff. But every time we used to go on, she used to just get bullied like 90% of the time, and I was like, this is just awful. Like, why would anybody want to play this game anymore? It's just so toxic. It's not healthy.
It's the reason why I stopped playing multiplayer games for the longest time, especially things with open lobbies, multiplayers like Valorant, League of Legends, Overwatch, Call of Duty,
Dead by Daylight.
Dead by Daylight, because there's so much inherent toxicity that for some reason, as soon as a woman or a female or somebody, you know, showing as female comes into the realm of men, that they freak the fuck out. As if we're like the unicorns of the gaming community. I'm like, when and how did gaming become a male thing? Why is that inherently male? Why can't women also be on the same realm of men being able to play games? How and when did games just become a guy thing only? That's my confusion right there. Oh my god, I love gaming grandma. I love her so much. Her content just like sends me.
I've seen some of the stuff she's posted on like TikTok and stuff, and it's just so funny.
It is. A lot of her reactions are mixed, but there's a lot of guys in there that are just so freaking wholesome that they kind of give a little bit of the number of faith and humanity back up a little bit. Games were first aimed at boys. Why? Girls can enjoy shooters just like boys can. Why is that gender specific? Girls likes guns too. There are a lot of women out there who likes guns, who like shooters, who like first person shooters. Why is that
until they get the Call of Duty
men?
Hello Kitty edition.
That's my question.
Sorry, that just sounds hilarious.
It makes no sense. It's part of the toxicity of multiplayer gaming that I will never understand. Why is it such a problem that when women come into the realm of gaming, why is it such a shocking thing? When has it ever been a law or a rule that gaming is only for women or gaming is only for men? When was that ever such a thing?
Social expectation.
Because we can enjoy shooter games as much as men can. We enjoy
It's,
hentai
again,
games just like men can.
It's like, but I think it's like that. It's like the whole thing, like how guys like video games, girls like makeup, guys like it's society. That's just the society. Video games are associated with masculine. Like it's identified. I mean, it's associated with manly things. Like men, males play video games. Girls read books. Guys watch TV. Girls clean the house. You know, it's what society finds as
Gender
like
roles.
yes. Unfortunately, as outdated as it sounds, it's something that still happens today. Like men, again, I think again, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I feel men feel intimidated when women do things that are usually associated with masculine things. Like they'll say, "Oh, like I've seen people in Dead by Daylight. I've seen sexist males go to women and say, you know, don't play this game. Go do like get like makeup channels on YouTube. Don't be e-girling it out here." They're like one person even said that they don't believe they're like, "Oh, e-girl is just a cute little liberal term that people made up to make women feel inclusive." And I'm like, that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Like you got to remember, these are also the same people that believe that women shouldn't have anything equal to men. Again,
Yeah.
there are men out there that see women as the inferior sex. You know, things men do, women should not be able to do. If it were up to men, I'm sure these men also believe women shouldn't breathe the same air that men breathe.
There are far fewer women in games than men. Numbers are going up, though, thankfully. Personally, I don't want to always just hear dudes. I mean, same. The way it was marketed when games first made, not all of us girls like makeup. Yeah, I'm allergic to makeup, and I find makeup inferior to myself. I don't need to cover up my blemishes or my imperfections. I find it a waste of money. I save myself thousands of dollars every year by not spending it on makeup and beauty products. I save myself that money and the headache from my husband for not spending like $26 on a fucking lipstick. Or like $80 just for like baseline blemish coverage. It's so pointless. Like I tell people, I don't care if you only play games on your phone. If you play video games, you're a gamer. Yeah. But again, we don't need to be obsessed with labels. You don't need to label yourself a gamer if you're a gamer. Or you just play games. I'm a casual gamer. I don't consider myself as a gamer. I'm a casual gamer. I just play for fun. I don't do it pro.
I think men just don't like the idea of women. Like I not all men, but I'm assuming that men that are like that are just the men that don't like seeing women do things that are associated with men or males. Like I feel these are the same guys that don't like seeing women in politics, or these are men that also don't like seeing women, you know, being the breadwinners of the house. You know, they're seen it's seen as a threat to their, you know, their superior attitude they have. Again, usually the people who are like this are people that associate with like, oh, well, I do manly things. I go to the gym. I watch football because women can't go to the gym or watch football either. Like these are the same people that would always say in their defense, "Oh, I'm manly. I go to the gym. I watch football. I take cold showers. I drink cold beer."
We take cold showers and we drink cold beer too.
It's literally like the 1920s all over again.
Yeah.
Remember how like learning about the flapper era, how it was basically women who were breaking norms. Like they were the women who were gonna like do the like conga lines and show off their panties, drink beer, smoke cigarettes like the men.
We need to do that again.
Well, I called that the history's like early feminist movement was the flapper era, because that's when women were like, we're not going to cater to men's standards.
We need to do
And it sucks.
we need to do another sexual revolution. Our last sexual revolution was in the 80s. We need another one at this point. We do.
I actually like it when I see women do that, and it upsets men. Like even
Especially
like,
the
that makes me
conservatives.
glad.
I'm like, oh, clutch your pearls, honey. It'll be okay. You're not gonna die from this. You're gonna be okay, sweetie. Just keep clutching those pearls, and pray to whatever God that you need to, 'cause ain't nothing gonna change. I do dangerous
and men
jobs.
wouldn't like that.
I don't want to see the
That's-
average woman on my jobs, because the average woman couldn't help you out if shit hit the fan of the project. There are women who can, but those women aren't average. That's true. That's true. Unlike me, who does a lot of the heavy labor and heavy lifting. Men here in Korea, I still flabbergast them from time to time. Like when I go to IKEA, and you have the separate boxes for like bookshelves and stuff, and you have to carry them to your car and whatnot from the cart. I just kind of hoist them over my shoulder, and I just walk with them. You got like a 6-foot, like long, huge box, and I'm just carrying it on my shoulders, and the guys are like, do you need help? And I'm like, if I need your help, I'd ask. I'm perfectly capable of carrying 50 pounds on my shoulders and more. I don't need a man to help me. If I want someone to help me, I will ask. I ain't no damsel in distress. I slay my own dragons, and I'll offer you the dragon's coat. But I don't need a man to do something that I can do. Hell, I fix my own bathroom. I don't need a man to do stuff for me. I'm a handyman's daughter. I can do shit that most women cannot do. I can change my own tires. I can change the oil filters in the car. I can fix my transmission. I can do all that shit. I don't need a man to help me fix things like I'm a damsel in distress, that there's no brain inside my head. I could do it on myself. If I need help,
That's not to make a bad joke.
I don't have an ego that I need to brush. If I need help, I will ask. There is nothing wrong with asking for help when and if I need it. And what is your joke that you were about to say, Death? Say it.
Well, of course you do. What do you think those monthly cycles are? You're changing your filters every month. The fluids are dripping.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. It's
I've
just
never
correlation
heard,
of what you're talking about.
I've never heard it put that way before, and oh my God, can you? My buttons keep coming undone. I've been fiddling with them this entire time. Stay. I'm like hulking out of my shirt right now. It's crazy. Makes me think of one of my bosses. He needed something to put together on the shop floor, and all he had working that day was women. He's probably like, they won't get it done. They'll get it done. Can't trust anything that bleeds for a week and don't die? Yep. I used to say that all the time to people. I'm like, how can you trust me when I bleed once a month for 7 to 10 days a month and don't die from bleeding? How? And I see you peeking, Pika. Stop peeking. I'm very self-conscious right now. Don't be looking at my boobies. I was like, give me that Umbraco key, mister, right? It's like some of us know some shit too. Some things are not gender specific, not universally, anyways. Kind of crazy how people like to pigeonhole themselves in situations and pretend that they don't know how to do something. It's astonishing. Boobies where? Obviously they're there. They ain't going anywhere. It's not like I can detach it and put it away. Let's see. Another one I have. Let's see. Uh 15 minutes later, assembled and displayed, right? Done. Let's see. The genuine thought that fashion and makeup is inherently feminine, when fashion and makeup was originally for men back in the day. Now, this is in correlation to people comparing manliness to like K-pop idols, for instance. K-pop idols are usually typically very feminine. They're very androgynous, and they do wear a lot of makeup. Makeup in Asia is considered unisex. It is not specific or catered specifically to women. But when you talk to most American men, some of the American men think that makeup is inherently specifically only for women. But historically speaking, high-heeled shoes, dresses and skirts, hats, makeup were all men's things at one point in life. So why is it suddenly now considered inherently feminine? And if men wear it, that they are considered effeminate? When did that change, and why did that become a bad thing?
Honestly, it's never changed. It's never changed. Like, if you look, like, I always laugh when I see people say that men taking care of their skin and whatnot. They're saying men aren't men anymore like they used to be. I'm like, when? In the 1700s, when men wore bloomers, tights, and like heeled shoes? I mean, the 1980s, hair bands. It was more common in the 1980s for men to be in hair bands. They'd have their hair down, they'd have makeup, leather
the
pants,
mascara.
tight leather. And surprisingly, women, they were more sports like. They had muscles. They wore like they had more bullets than men did. They had short, long hair. They wore leather jackets, pants. Like, gender roles were reversed not too long ago. Look at the 80s. If you look at like seriously, like Twisted Sister, David Bowie,
Bon
Kiss,
Jovi.
Gene Simmons, who's very, very anti-LGBTQ. It's like, bruh, I'm a part of the community, and I could say you've worn heels, tight pants, and makeup way more than I have my entire life. You know, I know he's older than me, but like, I've never done any of that stuff, you know?
So the thing is, we embraced all of that in the 80s, and nobody was like, oh, you're gay for wearing eyeliner and having like the hairspray hair. Nobody was like, oh, you're gay. Oh, that's not wrong. Oh, that's wrong. You know, there wasn't any of that labeling in the 80s as heavily as it is now. And it makes no sense that something that was so normal has now become specific feminine only. It makes no sense. To be honest, though, I have a guilty pleasure. I love 1980s hair bands. I loved their hair, the bushy, poofy hairs like Bon Jovi. He had it back then. You had Whitesnake, Richard Marx and his gloriously beautiful locks of hair. You had Michael Bolton in the early 90s with his beautiful luscious hair before he decided to cut it off. Heart. Oh, the ladies in Heart, they could kill you with their hair. It was beautiful.
Laura Branigan. Branigan always had short. She had short hair. She always, her like outfit you would always see her in would always be like a suit. Like, she would wear like a skirt, but she would also wear like ripped jeans. She would wear a suit top, and her hair was always short. She had like a mullet almost, pretty much what men would have had. It was way more common for women. I mean, but then also if you look at even the 50s, that's when women started wearing pants, you know? Like if women can wear pants, why can't men wear dresses? You know,
Right?
it's like Marlene Dietrich, she was known for like she was a beautiful old Hollywood actress. She would always wear like dresses and stuff, but at
Mm-hmm.
events, she would also like at award shows and stuff, she would dress up as a man. Like she would wear like her hair up and put a hat over it. She'd wear a tuxedo. She wore dresses. I can't remember who this other one was, but she was pretty much the old Hollywood actress that brought pants for women. I can't remember who it was at the time.
David Lee Roth. Uh-huh. I don't think I'm Scottish enough for a kilt. I think you would look pretty decent in a kilt, Death.
Katharine Hepburn. There we go. Katharine Hepburn made it popular for women to wear pants in old
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood, and then Lucille Ball also helped with that. So you know you had um, Katharine Hepburn, Lucille Ball, Betty Davis. They basically are just, and that's just some of the old Hollywood actresses that said, "Hey, you know, we're gonna wear pants because we can." Like again, Katharine Hepburn. It's more common to see her in pants than in dresses.
Mm-hmm.
And when people said, "Well, how do you feel that men?" Because men would go after her and say that she was gay because of it. And when they asked, "How does it feel that people are saying this about you?" And she said, "I don't care." She said, "I don't care." She's like, "If I want to wear pants, I'm gonna wear pants."
Mm-hmm. One or two of them blokes back in the 80s look better than some women's. That's true. That is very true.
Also, not to mention, I think there is nothing wrong with men taking care of their skin because let's be honest.
It's
Let's be honest.
hygiene.
Not just is it hygiene, let's be honest, skin cancer is at its highest. Skin cancer
Yes.
has gone up, and you don't do it like when people clean their skin, you don't have to do it because you're trying to reverse aging or you're trying to stop your aging. It's called
Mm-hmm.
taking care of your skin, protecting it.
Yep.
Skin, your skin is your largest organ, and your face is usually the one common area where you're not, you know, wearing like something to protect it from the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stop labeling things as men and women only. We each can do what the other gender could not do before. So stop putting gender roles on things because each of us, other than, physical limitations, each of us can do the same thing the other gender can. You can cook. Both genders can cook. Both genders can clean. Both genders can handle jobs. Both genders can go running, hiking, skiing. Both genders can do whatever they feel like they want to. Having boobs of a JJ and a dick ain't gonna change anything. Okay? So stop identifying everything as either masculine or feminine. Stop the obsessive labeling of everything. And just let people be and let people do what they want and need to do. Like my shirt, for instance. Every time. Appetite for Destruction, blowing us away. Poison, looking so damn good. Wondered if it was gay. Yeah, Steel Panther, 1987, the year I was born. The 80s were so good. So good. Such nostalgia. Some of the fashion is coming back. I know the leggings, the leg warmers, and the arm warmers are coming back. Some actually, if you really think about it, some of them never left. But yeah, just stop with the obsessive labeling. That's basically all what this kind of wraps up to be, and just let people do what they want to do with their own lives. That's it. So that's all the questions and statements I have. Does anybody else have any other statements, questions, comments? Anything of that nature? You started playing football the year after you were born? Damn, you make me feel young. That's the first time ever. You still have a pair of your leg warmers? I have 2 pairs of leg warmers and arm warmers. I wear them here on top of my long johns because it's so cold here in this country during the winter. Yeah, any comments, questions, statements from the panel here?
I think
I'm
just
good.
looking up all the information.
Death, you got anything you need to say?
No. I think I'm pretty good.
Okay. And again,
I
to
think I
reiterate,
figured out why I've been sick.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, a friend of mine just let me know that they've been diagnosed with influenza A.
Eek. Gross. Uh-oh.
And what's funny is there's been a lot of people missing work, but nobody's saying shit about why.
Well, now you
And
know.
apparently they're having an influenza A outbreak, but nobody's letting anyone know. So
Oh shit.
So basically, you guys had what I had back in November, I
Probably.
mean.
Let's blame women. No, I'm just kidding.
My mom made me several pairs of arm warmers. Oh,
well, I mean, they are the ones in charge of our HR right now. So
oof. You identify as the peanut gallery? Does that make you nutty, Krim? I don't think it's bad to label things masculine or feminine. It's however bad to stigmatize. Exactly. That's what I mean. Not like label, but to stigmatize specific like requirements of what makes it masculine and what makes it feminine. Like I identified and grew up as a tomboy since I was age 7. But I didn't shove that down people's faces. I just told people that I don't like the color pink and I don't like makeup. That was really what made me a tomboy. And I like men's clothes better. They were looser. They were more comfortable. And they had nice colors that wasn't so bright and colorful and feminine.
you like the extra pocket up front.
Yes, the pockets was the number one reason why. I wore khakis for a long time between I think the ages of 13 to 22. And you know, they had like the really deep pockets. They had like the chain links attached to them. They were like almost like bell bottoms at the bottom because they would flare out at the bottom. I used to wear those for years because they had deep ass pockets. You could fit a whole liter of cola in your pocket. And that's something that we women generally do not have in our clothing. I absolutely love men's clothes because of the convenience and the usefulness of the clothing. Pockets everywhere. The chest pocket here is useful for like pens, pencils, tissues, whatever you have. Then you have your side usual pockets. Then you have the deep pockets down towards your calves and towards your
cargo pockets,
hamstring.
cargo pants.
Cargo pants for the win. Oh my God. I miss cargo pants. I need to go back when I go back to America, either this year or next year. I need to get myself some nice cargo pants again.
I struggle with a lot of clothing around here because like most of it is like it fits to like specific sizes, but most of the clothing only looks good on people like I can't seem to find any clothing that seems to look good on me that makes me feel comfortable because everything I like is only available in small sizes or it's only modeled by like smaller people, so by the time it gets to me and I try it on, I'm like, this does not look anything like what it was advertised because it wasn't designed to fit on somebody like me.
Yeah.
And it makes things so much more awkward.
Yeah, it does. Nuda wants to fit a liter of farva in her pocket for snacks. I'm with Pika. Snacks, not farva. If my work shirt doesn't have pockets, you're miserable. Fuck the entire day. You love shirt pockets? Me too. If there's pockets, they're so small, they are only good for some coins. They're fake pockets. You want to know why women's pants don't have many pockets? Because of purses and handbags. There's some type of contractual agreement between fashion industry and purses and handbag designers. In order to keep handbags and designer bags in business, they made an agreement with the clothing industry that they should limit the amount of pockets on women's clothing so that way they can still stay in business and make a huge profit off of women for having an additional accessory. That's how it all started. And it sucks because there are women like me who do not do well with purses. I hate purses. I absolutely abhor them. They're an extension of me I don't want on me when I'm outside walking or traveling. They're so inconvenient. because you either have to hoist them on your shoulder, and now you're kind of walking sideways, or you're kind of walking like this to try to keep it on your shoulder, or you have it like tossed over your shoulder onto your hip, so that way people don't sticky finger people don't try to steal it off of you. They jerk you along with it, kind of thing. It's such a hassle. If I could just have my pockets with me and it's on me in person, I won't have to worry about that damn purse. That's why, growing up, I always wore men's pants. Because of the pockets. I could put my wallet in my pocket. I could put, a pad in my pocket. I can put my pens and pencils in my pocket. That's all I need. And my phone. Boom. Done. I don't have to carry that lame-ass excuse of a thing called a purse with me. I hated purses, and I still do. I carry one from my iPad when I'm listening to music. That's the only reason why I carry mine around. Construction work pockets were a must. Damn, I miss those days. Have you noticed that kids have better clothes than adults these days? Because the industry, the marketing industry is shifting. More people have become more materialistic over the years. Gotta have your phone, pen, pencil, notepad, candy, a vape pen, other snacks, a pack of cards, a pocket watch, a kitchen sink, and half of your tool bag in your shirt pocket. That's how we roll. You saw a Simba onesie and they only do kid sizes? Aww. Pika, no kid has better clothes than me. If I catch fire in my clothes, they just smolder. A kid goes up like a matchstick. Your favorite pair of pants has 8 pockets? Oh my god. That's a rarity.
That sounds so good.
Like right now, the pants I'm wearing, there's no pockets. Mostly because these are kind of technically leggings. I'm in the comfort of my own home. I don't necessarily have to wear pants. I'm not going out in public, so I'm fine. But these are just leggings. No pockets. Makes sense. But typically, I like pants with pockets. Now, when it comes to like my casual wear, like my black trousers and whatnot, they don't have pockets. They have that one fake one that they put in the back, and that's it. You wore them out. You're finding new ones are so hard. Yeah. Pants you're wearing now only have 6. I don't think this pants has a watch pocket at all. Oof. True. Yeah, let me reiterate again, guys, for those of y'all who are just tuning in or for those who are rewatching this podcast was only for educational and humorous purposes. No way in shape or form are we harming or have ill will or intent on any and all genders or any topics thereof above. This was just for fun, to kind of be able to kind of either vent or explain certain situations that we do that we may not have an answer to, that the internet may not easily provide answers to. Okay? Don't take this seriously. Do not take any of this to heart. And if you feel targeted, that's something that you need to work on yourself. That's not an us situation. We're in no way, shape, or form bullying you or harassing you with any information. This is just more of an educational thing to kind of get us to think and turn our gears a little bit for creative thinking and critical thinking. Okay? That's all this was. And if I get any hate messages or hate emails from anybody, you have completely missed the point of this podcast. And you probably should go back to school and re-educate yourself. Because I have reiterated not once, not twice, but 3 times now that this was just for fun. No way are we throwing shade or hate on any persons thereof mentioned before. Okay? And I had to say this like it was a contract. Like I'm a lawyer speaking the jargon from a contract. Because some people are just so uneducated that they will not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Or out of anybody's mouths in this particular. So please, for the love of God, if you take offense to something, that's a you problem that you need to work on, and stop projecting your issues onto other people, please. Thanks. I'm decked out from head to toe in fire-resistant clothing. You've been in the steel mill so long that you replaced all your normal clothes with fire-resistant. Yeah, usually fire retardant or fire resistant clothing is a really good idea, especially if you work in like really extreme heat situations, like at the steel mill, for instance. It's a pretty smart move. I kind of sort of did that when I was working security because I wore all black. The majority of my wardrobe eventually turned to all black clothing. So whenever you see me like dressed up and stuff like this, you'll see me wearing darker clothes. Because usually that's what I wore when I was working security. Because we didn't have a specific uniform. It was mostly just black shirt, black tie, black pants. And that's the majority of what my wardrobe was filled up to be. Usually they were either Dickie shirts, like from the company Dickie, and then usually they were black slacks or like black jeans or black cargo pants. That was basically it for me there. Plus, I look better in darker clothing. This is why I don't wear pink. I am not a light colored wearer person because I look like a blimp in brighter colors because I am a chunky person. So if I wear things like off-white or pink or orange or yellow, I look like I'm a blimp. And that's not an exaggeration. So this is why I prefer the darker colors because they're more slimming and they're more form adjusting, a lot easier than the brighter colors. Oh my lord, I had to get into the sketchiest panel yesterday? What you mean by that, Sansuo? What happened? And by the way, I think the majority of the podcast is over. So if you feel the need to go and you need to go get some sleep, please do so. You'll be able to catch the rest of this at any time, at any point in time. Okay? We'll be wrapping up here soon. I don't want to hold you guys too long today. Because usually I'm not streaming on a day like this.
I've just realised the time, so I think I'm going to have to go to bed.
Yes.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Please do. Thank you for joining, Jay. Thank you for your input as well. It was very educational, informational. And I hope you had fun too.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
I've enjoyed myself. Thank you for having me.
Anytime.
And I shall see you all soon.
Yep. Night night, sweetie.
Night.
Bye-bye. It was so old and messed up. You put your high voltage gloves on face shield to protect from the arc flash. Oh, Jesus. That's risky. You go for dark colored clothes too? Yeah. I've always been more preferential towards darker clothes, like dark reds, blacks, dark greens, dark blues. Let us know how the helicopter goes. That was Jay. That's not how you pictured his voice? Really? What did you think? What were you expecting? He's a soft, innocent boy. He's a little bottom, and Seb will tell you too. A lot like Reaper, right? But yeah. Oh, you didn't expect an accent. Ah, because he's in the UK as well. Yep. But yeah, I think the podcast is done. Now we can just chill and chat for a little bit longer before I send y'all off to bed. You have no idea why, but you did expect an accent? Yeah, that's true. Sometimes people's personalities don't necessarily match their voices. We've had that happen a few times too. But I love the unexpectedness of it all. Let's see, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? You're bloody hot again? Eyes the mic. What you eyeing the mic for? No one expects me to have such a low volume voice. Quiet. I figured you'd sound like what you would sound like, Sensuo, when I first heard your voice. I remember that. Remember the first day you popped in, you were still talking about your French tickler. And that's how we became friends. Because you were like, you want to know something about the French tickler? And I was like, no, what is the French tickler? Then you told me about it. And I was like, interesting. Okay. All right. To each their own, and the more you learn. Voice online isn't the same as in person. You still talk about that? Yeah, you do. You still do. And that is also true. Don't fart on Tuesdays after a blue moon when ants stampede. Interesting statement. How you enjoying your birthday, Krim? How's it going over there? You told The Apprentice about it last week? Oh my goodness. The legend of the French tickler continues. Wonder what legacy it will leave behind. But yeah, sometimes our voices aren't always going to be the same because, you know, depending on the quality of the equipment that you have, it may alter it just slightly. I need some water. Hold on. Water. Nothing to enjoy. Aw, day's been rather boring. We'll change that. You do something special for yourself for your birthday. I've always had this the saying, if you want something done, you gotta do it yourself, no matter how much boring or how much you hate it. If you want something done, do it yourself. Celebrate your birthday the way you want it to. Everyone has an image of what a Norwegian sounds like. I've met 5 people from Norway. They're all variety. Very, very different. It's different from what I expect, but it's to be expected. Everybody can't sound the same. That would be boring. We're not 1950s Stepford Wives here. How was their English? It was pretty good. It's not bad. They used to be here. A couple of them are not here anymore. Not in this community. It always leaves a good impression on those who get to meet it. True, true. You haven't really had any complaints about that, had you, Sansuo? I sat in my room for most of the day. See, you need to change that up. Do something special for yourself. Treat yourself. If you want to have a burger for dinner for your birthday, go out and get a burger for your birthday. If you want to go get yourself a cake or an ice cream bar or whatever, go for it. I've usually had to celebrate holidays and stuff like that by myself. I've had to celebrate some of my birthdays by myself. I don't really have any friends over here on this side of the world, so if I want to do something, I got to do it myself. You only play video games and build so you can't think of anything? You got to think outside the box. What is something you want to do for yourself for your birthday? It could be a simple wish. Something simple that you can do. If you want to go get steak, eat steak for dinner, go get yourself to the nearest steakhouse and get yourself some steak. I treat myself all the damn time. It's never going to change.
I want pizza.
Oh, I could go for some. I could go for some pizza today. I might actually order some pizza for lunch. You're tired today, which makes your accent more prominent. Yep. And sometimes, without realizing it, my southern accent will pop up. Either when I'm talking too fast or I get frustrated or angry at something. You had pizza today? Oh, lucky duck. But my southern will pop up every once in a while. And if I'm talking in Korean, there's a dialect that I learned Korean in first that pops up from time to time, which is from Busan, which is like south of Korea. So my students would be like, huh? what did you say, teacher? And I'm like, oh, did my accent come out? They're like, yeah, we didn't understand you. Because in Busan dialect in Korea, it's a lot deeper and a lot more informal the way you talk. So sometimes when I'm talking in Korean, that slight twang of the deep informal speaking of it will come out, and my students will be like, huh? Because Seoul Korean and Busan Korean are very different. They're like almost a whole different language altogether, really. And when I first came to Korea, I lived in Ulsan, which is a city right above Busan. So there's a lot of mingling of the Busanites that come up to Ulsan. And I learned my Korean first from a person who was from Busan, who had a very thick Busan accent. So sometimes when I speak it, it comes right out. Same thing with my English and my Southern. And sometimes, very randomly, does a New York or Bronx sound come out too. And I don't know where that comes from because I never lived in New York before. And I have very few friends from New York. For some reason, it just pops out when it does. And I don't know why or how. You can easily talk Southern Belle. So can I. Same thing with the Valley Girl, though. Spent half of my childhood life in California. Spent way too much time around cousins who sounded like Valley Girls. When Kentucky comes out, if you spend too much time around your family back home, yeah, I bet it does. Nothing interests you? See, Krim? You got to change that defeatist mentality. There's got to be something that can interest you. Something. Explore new avenues of hobbies. Find something interesting, new, different. Go window shopping on the internet. There's always going to be a variety of different types of hobbies that you can pop yourself into. I would get back into Warhammer, but my wallet will scream at me, and I got to save up my money for y'all. So I can't just spend my money like there's no tomorrow, because I have to be responsible with mine because I have big finances to kind of pay for. You speak with a drawl in your language, so another language with a drawl is easy? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And sometimes my tongue will slip and it will get lazy. And that's when the true slang, that's when the true Southern drawl comes out. Especially if I'm talking to my grandma or my mom too much. It'll happen. It'd be like, I'm right back on my farm. You spent too much money on Warhammer, bought a 3D printer to remedy that. I have a 3D printer in mind, but the problem is I don't know if Korean customs will allow it through customs. Because of certain parts and components. There's certain technologies that's not allowed into the country. And I think 3D printers is kind of like one of those technologies that's kind of in limbo about what they should do or not do with it, or what should be allowed and not allowed. Because I tried searching for 3D printers here in Korea. Nobody sells them here in Korea. You have to go to the company if you want to use their 3D printer. You can't own yours here. And I'm like, I'm not about to pay somebody for a 3D printing thing. I can do that myself. Filament. Because I don't think resin would be allowed here. It was one I found on Amazon for about $340. And it's a decent sized one that'll be big enough for me to kind of recreate my cosplays if I want to do like armored based cosplays. Like, let's say if I wanted to do a Nagzul and I wanted to dress up as a Nagzul from the Lord of the Rings and I wanted to make his armor or even Saruman's armor, I would need to use my 3D printer for it. It's just an LED screen and a UV light. Honey, Korean customs is anal retentive about anything and everything that comes through. They had a problem with one of the sex toys that came through, okay? And it was a manual one without a battery. And that still got flagged. So it's a very risky one. I got to do more research, and I probably got to call Customs Immigration to figure out what exactly is considered off limits when it comes to certain technologies. Granted, they're probably not going to give me a straight answer. Looked too real? No. The shape was weird, according to them. It was suspicious, as they said, in quotes. And it was a manual one without batteries. Because they have a problem with things that have lithium ion batteries and things. They want you to separate the object from the lithium ion battery, only ship the object, and then throw away the lithium ion battery. Because for some reason, batteries and shipments and stuff are very highly flammable, and Korean customs does not like flammable objects coming through their ports. So it wasn't small. It's small. But they had problems with it. So they had to call me up, and I had to answer like a questionnaire of what the object is, what it was, what the value of it was, in case I needed to pay tariffs on top of the import tax. So yeah, it's a little crazy. They're a bit anal retentive about what comes in here. So I gotta do a long, hard research before I can figure out exactly what to ship here. Your internet died. I'm sorry, Jarara. It's okay. The podcast part is over. You can rest and relax now. We're about to wrap up here shortly. But yeah. Long, hard, right. But yes. It's a bad internet. It is. You should spank Reaper's booty for that. Blame Reaper for it, Jarare. But yeah. Thank you guys for joining today's podcast. I hope that you got some sort of laughter and appreciation for it today. I think it was successful and it went well. You'll take your anger out on that little chew toy. Ooh, woo. Okay, can I watch? I'll bring some popcorn. Today's topic was fun. It was interesting. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it and you found some sort of entertainment with it. And I hope that we didn't step on any toes, because it was not our intention. We just wanted to kind of express things that most people would not openly discuss or talk about because society deems it as taboo or weird or disinteresting. You just stand here and instigate. You liked it? I'm glad. It was naughty. Good. But I hope we could do another podcast like this. Maybe a little less serious and more humorous next time around. And we can speak about different topics or specific topics that we can choose from to discuss and offer our opinions and our experiences and all that stuff. I think I might do another BDSM oriented podcast, because you guys seem to have a lot of interesting questions about the BDSM community. I might pick something like that again and do another one soon. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. You learn humans suck. Wait, you've always known that? Yeah, a lot of people can suck sometimes, but it's the people that you stay with that are close to you that what really matters the most. I've learned it the hard way recently that people are going to walk in and out of your life like a revolving door. You can't always expect people to stay. It's the true friends that stay behind through thick and thin that are the ones that matter. And that's what's important. Don't let the other people who walk in and out of your life tear you down and make you bitter and angry. I've had to learn about this the past few months and the past few years, and it seems like a never ending cycle and pattern. But don't let people tear you down into being somebody that you're not. True friends will stay. Friends are going to come and go. Mostly they're going to go. But let them quietly leave. Let them disappear if the friendship was not worth the fight. You can't fight for a one-sided relationship. Because you're putting in too much energy. You're putting in too much time for someone who's not going to give you the same energy in return. And I've had to really bang this into my head, because I always thought it was a me problem. I always thought there was something wrong with me. Why does this keep happening to me? But it's actually not about me at all. It's about them. It's a them problem. I'm not going to let it be my problem anymore. So if they want to walk out and disappear and drop a friendship like it's nothing, that's on them. I've done what I can to be a really good friend. I've been there. I've supported them. I've given them all I possibly could, and they just kind of drop me like yesterday's news and then just disappear. That's on them. That's no longer a me problem. So again, I've had to really take that to heart, even my own advice to heart, and be like, okay, it's honestly not me, it's them. Even though this has been in fact a pattern, but it is a them problem and not a me problem. I've always been myself, and I've always been this way. Take your time, Death. We're almost done here. Your hair is at the very annoying stage of growth. My bangs are too. I cut them slightly shorter than I intended to, and now they're just kind of there. But yeah, the schedule for this week, I will be off tomorrow. I have to go to the hospital, so send good vibes and wishes my way, and wish that everything goes okay. Then we will be back to streaming our regular scheduled programming on my Tuesday, y'all's Monday this week. And we are going to start off strong with some Witcher 3. I have not played the game since the major updates that were inputted to it. So I will start from scratch. I will not do a new game plus, as much as I would love to continue my hard-earned work from the first time I played the game. I will start off from scratch, so that way we can enjoy the adventure together of Geralt the Witcher and his mysterious Ciri. So we will play that. Then we will hop to another game, and then we'll do another podcast after that. And then this week celebrates our 1-year streaming anniversary on YouTube. Can you believe it's been a year on YouTube with me here now? So it'll be 5 years of being a content creator / streamer. But it'll be 1 whole year already being on YouTube since Twitch removed itself from us here in Korea. Everything will be all right. Don't worry. I hope so. I hope this whatever malignant thing that's inside me is not what they think it is. But we will find out after the ultrasound tomorrow morning. My appointment's at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So right around this time tomorrow, we should know what it is, hopefully. If they can't identify it, I will have to have a biopsy in order for them to go in and scrape it in to get some cells so they can test it and figure out if it's cancerous or not. Then from there, determining what the results are, we will figure out the necessary thing, which is why I am playing my Nuna World Tour this year by ear, with so many other factors that have been happening around the world right now. So I will let you guys know exactly what's up, and I will keep you informed in the Discord if you wish to know what's happening, and I will let you guys know how things go, all right? Just keep me in your thoughts, and send me good vibes and good energy and patience. because I don't do well with doctors, especially in this country right now. But definitely send me patience. I will need it. But thank you guys for joining. I hope you really enjoyed today. I hope it was fun and informational. And if you have any other questions, statements, concerns, whatever relating to this topic that we discussed or anything related to it and you want answered, feel free to send me messages in the DMs or in the Discord server or even in the comment section below. Okay, we are pretty much an open community with an open mind. We are safe. This is a safe place for everybody. So please keep that in mind. There's no hate, no trolling, no bullying. And we don't judge. Okay? But thank you guys again so much for showing all your love and support. I appreciate y'all. And I hope we can have some fun after tomorrow. And enjoy some Geralt time with The Witcher. And see what kind of shenanigans we can get up with either Trish or Yennefer or any of the other women in the game. And by the way, might have to put some trigger warnings on that one because there is some nudity in that game. Especially with the sexy scenes and everything, there is nudity and some ums going on. So I will have to put a an 18 plus restriction label kind of thing up there when we play the game. Maybe I'll even put like a, I don't know, like a flashing warning thing or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't remember exactly where those are in the game because I only played the game once. I do have the DLCs for everything for The Witcher. So we'll be able to experience the Vampire Pack and the other DLC. I don't remember what it was called. But we'll be able to experience all of it. All right? Thank you guys again. I appreciate it. Please get some beautiful rest tonight for those going to bed. And I will catch you the day after tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys. As always, please like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you all later. Annyeong. Till next time. Mwah. Love you all.